I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
It's been a busy weekend of racing, but the time is finally here. Just outside the beautiful city of Malaga, just beyond those golden beaches and the towering Santa Iglesia Cathedral, the roads through breathtaking landscapes from the rugged Ronda Cliffs to the sun-soaked coastline of the mesmerizing Castillo in the beautiful town of Malaga. But we're not there this weekend. We are shifting away the action to this beautiful circuit in the south of Spain. It is Karting Campillos for round one of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. It all started here in 2005 when the track opened, and the event record this weekend set by Chiara Batig in time qualifying in the seniors with a 1 minute .039. That time has stood strong all the way throughout this weekend. Could it be broken? Today, though, we're going to find out. The track itself, 200 metres down the start-finish straight. It's 175 metres down the run in towards turns 15 and 16. Total track length, 1,580 metres, about 8 metres wide, and 15 metres of elevation all the way to the top at turn number 8, all the way down at the bottom at turn number 16. And talking of turns, there are 18 of them around the track, 13 to the right, 6 to the left, and that does include 4 hairpins out there for the drivers to negotiate. Each and every one of those corners do provide their own unique challenges, but many of them provide overtaking opportunities as well. We have seen them into turn 6, we've seen them into turn 12, 15, 16, and of course turn 17, but we've also seen them into, of course, turn 1. We've seen 1 or 2 into turn 11 and in towards turn 9 as well, but there are plenty of places to overtake. Top speeds of the track as well. There are a couple of places you'll reach that, 126 kilometers an hour. You'll see that into the braking zone at turn number 1 and down the hill in towards turns 15 and 16. But it's the average speed that really shakes things up. 95 kilometers an hour around the lap certainly makes it very fast of racing. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box. There we go, tongue twister for me today, taking you through all the action on Sunday's racing for that first and vital round of the championship. The first round, Nicole, of an FIA European Championship is always tense, and well, so far this weekend we've seen some brand new names right at that sharp end. Yeah, we absolutely have. Like you said, always going to be intense at a first round. We saw that yesterday, but it's finals day, and it's going to get, you know, harder for the drivers, more dramatic, and the pressure at this point in the weekend is going to be at its highest level because we're heading into our superheats, and for a lot of these drivers this could be their last moments to impress, their last moments to book themselves tickets into the finals later on today. Exactly that. Only 72 drivers in both categories have put themselves on the grids for the 4 superheats that we are about to see. That will whittle the 2 grids down to just 36 per class, and that will be our 36 finalists going into round number 1. But the first race is coming up very soon. It is OK Junior Superheat A. And my goodness, for the juniors yesterday, especially for 3 of the drivers who were in this race, had a very busy day yesterday. One of them being on the front row. You've got Iskandar Zulfikari and Noah Baglin. They have switched sides of the grid from what we can see there. And again, quite an interesting one. And I can, well, somewhat understand on this one because I think Baglin's thinking, okay, Kalijah, teammate of Zulfikari's right behind me. If I switch sides, that means I'll have Lucasel behind me, and then they can push forward on the outside of that row. Maybe there's some tactic talks in there, but we'll yet to see. There is Noah Baglin starting this one on pole position, but of course now on the anti-pole side. We caught up with him after his qualifying heats yesterday. After he put it, he won in Super Heat A.
I've got none other than Noah Baglin then. Noah, busy race out there for you between you and your Prema teammate of Dune Hulgundorn. You decided to overtake him once he back after he had overtaken you. Why did you decide to do that?
Because I knew I was leading the points going into the last heat, and I was very strong in this heat, and I knew I was a bit quicker, so I went for the overtake just to get the points, and yeah, I just stayed with him there.
And you're at the top end of our intermediate classifications. You'll be going into your superheats, in the strongest position. How confident are you for the rest of this weekend's racing?
I've got the pace to win the final, I think, and I just need to stay here and stay in the points and hopefully start on P1 for the final, and I can see what I can do.
Well, good to chat there to Noah Baglin at the end of what was a pretty successful day of qualifying heat. There is some of the look at some of our FIA officials over the course of this weekend. There is Pasquale Lupoli heading out to his starting point of this race. He'll be watching the FIA Deputy Race Director here. He's in constant communication with our FIA Race Director, Nigel Edwards, who'll be on the start-finish line. And then also Gonzalo Planta, one of the judge of facts. And then I'm sure also Noelia Franco, the clerk of the course this weekend here. There is another driver who had a very, very strong start to the weekend. Iskender Solfakari of Turkey, pole position in time qualifying. 4 qualifying heat wins out of 4. However, the last qualifying heat of the day, disaster struck, retirement on the final lap, which did result in actually a driver getting disqualified from the race. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. But yeah, a very tense moment for the Forza Racing team, because 2 of their drivers yesterday, one of them being William Kaliju, starting on the second row of the grid, there he is, were both involved in incidents on track from the race lead, and then, yes, it all went P-tong for them, because William Kalija, in his penultimate race yesterday, also retired, finishing 25th place. Ross Upton on the grid there, one of the judge of facts this weekend, keeping a close eye on all the drivers on the pre-grid area, keeping them all in check. And one of those drivers he's keeping in check is this young man here, Lucas Selle of France, for the Victory Lane team. And again, another driver has had a solid performance, never been outside the top 10, but crucially, Nicole, not taken a qualifying heat win so far this weekend.
No, he hasn't, but a great run of points so far across the board. Luca has been thereabouts, but now he starts from the second row of your grid, right behind Noah Baglin. We just said this to each other during Noah's interview that we had on the screen, that we've got 2 Kart Republic karts together on second and 4th, and then we've got 2 Esprits together, the 2 teammates of Iskender Zulfikari and William Kalija, starting behind each other through now what would have been your pole position, but it is technically second, and William Kalija still there in third. There on your screen then is the 224 of Endo Arata. Endo Arata sat in another Tony Kart, but for the Ward Racing team, the satellite team of Tony Kart. Endo had a good start so far to his 2025 campaign. He sat there starting from 5th position, and similarly to Selzan, he's had a good round of points across the board. He's been thereabouts, but within this one, let's see if he finds a little bit more pace, a little bit more courage to get himself, into maybe a 1, 2 or 3 for this superheat.
Yeah, indeed. Best result over the course of the qualifying heats was 8th place for the driver representing Japan, and will be joined by the driver from the Netherlands, Luke Tal, on row number 3, and as well himself having some pretty solid results, 10th in qualifying, and worst result being a P10, best result being a P2, and got 2 of those second places on the tail end of yesterday's qualifying heats on Saturday. There's a look at some of the hard-working marshals that have been exemplary over the course of this weekend, and of course without their hard work, passion and dedication, we could not go racing, so we do thank the marshalling team very dearly over the course of this weekend. They have been keeping the drivers nice and safe and keeping the track running as smoothly as possible over the course of this weekend. Of course, working very closely with the FIA officials over the course of this weekend. We are moments away from starting this first race. It was pushed back 5 minutes on this one, so we are due to start in around about a minute's time. But we're looking forward to this one, Nicole, because, again, a tense time. You've got the likes of Baglin, Zulfikari, who've had super solid performances on this one, and we are about to find out who's going to be starting it on pole position for those finals later on today. As the engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through then what will be the first grid of the day and the start of finals day for round one of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. It's Noah Baglin and Iskender Zulfikari on the front row, yet they have switched sides of the grid. William Kalijah and Luca Sell go from row number 2. Edo Arata and Luke Tal go from row 3. They'll have Gustavo De Silva and Giacomo Giusto, who did take a qualifying heat win yesterday. They go from row 4. Antonio Pizzonia and Nikita Lubimov go from row 5. They'll have Eli Christen and Ludovico Mazzola on row 6. Drew Walls and Mark Pilapenko go from row 7. Mariano Lopez and Valerio Villapiana go from row 8. They'll have Remy Samchek and Maxim Bobajov on row number 9.
Row number 10 then is Asher Ostein with Santiago de la Vega. Going from 11 is Sebastian Eskandari with Teps's Denny Babacek. From 12, we have Alex Malotta and Gilles Herman, our 2024 FIA Karting Academy winner. And from 13, we have AKM's Jagrat de Troja with Daniel Kutskov. In the danger zone within this heat, then, we have from row number 14, Wen Yabu with Billy van der Serveren, and on 15, Amir Sabirov with Victor Stalmack. Going from 16, we have Roland Nagy with Mats van Rooyen, and from 17 is Mika Runitz and Alexander Lazarus. 36 karts on this grid then, and going from the final row of our grid is Henry Constant Kampen with Emilia Vishamirska.
Well, I don't think it's everyone, Nicole, because one kart is not clocking up on my timing screen for DPK. Danil Kutskov has not clocked up on my timing screen. We'll have to wait and see if that is just a glitch in the transponder or if he is not out there this morning, and that would be a very big shame, especially with relatively decent starting position in this one. There's a look at race control then. Head of race control representing the FIA in the middle is Chris Lambret, and he'll be joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester. In there, they are in constant communication with all the officials out on circuit. They are watching 40+ cameras out on circuit, plus of course, some extra cameras in Parc Ferme. You cannot get away with anything out there, and that has caught some drivers out over the course of this weekend, being excluded from the weekend.
You can drive, but you can't hide.
You can drive, but you can't hide. There you go. Drivers making their way into the final sector then of the lap. Temperature going into the tyres again. A lot of drivers did deploy fresh tyres yesterday. Some drivers will have saved those today as we go on board with the driver of the Netherlands, Luke Tal, looking backwards at Giacomo Giusto, who will be starting this one on the Paralin kart just behind. But let's see what happens then as we make our way into that final sector. You can see how close they've got bunched up now. Are we ready to go racing? That is the question. It's a bit of a shaky one. Is the first race going? Yes, it is. We are racing. And it's a good start for the outside row, of course, because Baglin had switched sides. So we want to take the likes of Lucas Sell for company through turn number 1. But I don't think he has. I think it is the likes of Iskender Zulfikari, who has found himself up in second place. So despite the driver switching sides, that inside line still worked out for him. Not losing out on many positions. Rest of the field going through. The front train has already opened out. The back of the field still looks a little bit feisty there, Nicole, but crucially at the front, it is Noah Baglin, followed very closely by Iskender Zulfikari in P2.
Noah Baglin looking confident after that win yesterday in his final heat. They head out of turn number 12, and it's Iskender Zulfikari that continues to chase him. Zulfikari, similarly to Noah, had a round of heat wins yesterday. He was poled it in qualifying and has been on a storming drive ever since. Watch these two, because as they drive away from the rest of the pack, they are going to battle it out within this superheat. Noah Baglin then goes under the start-finish gantry and looks behind him to see at the gap between him and Zulfikari. He leads by 3/10 from Iskender, and then we have Sell in P3. Kalijah has dropped to P4. That was on the first lap, and then it's Endo Arata who is currently sitting 5th. Look at Sell though, he's looking really good in the early stages of this race. It was the two Forza drivers that climbed up the hill on the first lap together, but Sell took no time. He took the opportunity to go in on the Forza driver, the Australian of William Kalijah. There on your screen then we have the final intermediate classification so far, and it's your race leader Noah Baglin that leads this from our second place driver, currently of Iskender Zulfikari. William Kalijah then up the turn number 13, just tried to have a look on Sell, but it didn't quite work out, and now that's made him vulnerable. No, it hasn't, because he's gained some pace back and he's gone in on Sell for that third spot from so far away into turn number 16. Well executed, and that's brought Endo Arata closer into the fight. And who else is there now? It's Luke Tahl. Luke Tahl is sat there in 6th position, and now this is a four-car battle for P3.
Certainly is, but with all that action happening for third place, as you correctly call, that's allowed Baglin and Zulfikari to break away at the front. Now at this stage, yeah, okay, that's not the end of the world, because these drivers all know that they'll be making it into that final. It's more the drivers a little further back that you need to watch out for, because drivers starting from the 10th row backwards, they're in the danger zone right now of not making it into that final. They need to have the result here to really push forward, and this should help them push forward here, because Sell goes defensive. Here comes Endo Arata down the inside, runs a little bit wide on the exit though, and again, Sell will go through down the inside, and he'll bring the likes of Luke Tahl for company as well. We go live on board with Luke Tahl looking backwards, and look who it's brought into play. It's brought Gustavo da Silva, it's brought Eli Christian, it's brought Ludovico Mazzola all into play, because they're now scrapping for position behind, as Gustavo da Silva has got past the driver of Japan and has moved up ahead, but despite that, they are still fighting in towards turn 1. But Gustavo da Silva says no thank you, and he takes that position and holds on to it nicely.
Yes, he does. They continue to climb up the first sector then, and Eli Christian is just on the back of that war driver in front of him, trying to have a look. Noah Baglin then, your race leader, continues to go faster and faster. He had the fastest first 2 sectors, but now William Kalijah has taken that away from him in sector 1. Baglin though looks settled out on the front, and he is leading nicely from Iskender Zulfikari, but it's all going on within this second battle of karts as Eli Christian sends a move up the inside through turn number 12 on Endo Arata. So that's Christian now into P7. Christian, crucially, was disqualified yesterday in his final heat after an incident with Iskender Zulfikari as they were heading down the hill. That was detrimental to his starting position within this super heat, but he's wasting no time to try and fight back up the order. There he is on your screen. He's heading under the start-finish gantry, and in front of him, crucially, we've got more battles going on then. That's between Sell and Tahl. That is for 4th position. We've got onboard footage there from Luke Tahl, the 241. He's currently sitting P5. He started in 6th. Only 1 position gain from him so far, but these 2 drivers have got to be careful now. They've got to think, are they going to battle for this 5th spot, or are they going to chase for 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and that race win?
Well, Luke Tahl now promoted to 4th place, as that is Lucas Sell just behind, and is now going defensive from Gustavo da Silva, who once again sends it down the inside, and this time Eli Christian manages to push through as well, as those 2 go wheel to wheel on the outside down in towards the final corner. Christian on the outside here is going to try and have to hold it through, but no, he's not going to hold it, and that will allow the likes of Ludovico Mazzola to go through as well. And Arata is coming back through that field also, and it's all starting to kick off for this field. Here comes Christian again to the inside. Gustavo da Silva defends, but not going to defend enough, and now that brings Endo Arata back into play. Here comes through as well another one of the Tony karts. That looks to me...
It's Lubomov.
Yeah, it is Nikita Lubomov, who has pushed his way through pretty nicely in this one. Baglin's continuing to break away at the front. That's a calm race. But all the action's happening here, Nicole, and this is a round just inside the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got more fights going on between our backpacks as well then. But going back to Nikita Lubomov, he qualified at the start of the weekend in 36th. There he is on your screen, trying to defend from the kart behind. Eli Christian then wasting no time to make moves. The driver in front though, which is Sells, gets the switch back. Sells now goes defensive as they head through 15, 16. Who is that on your screen making a move? That's a Fusion driver going up the inside, and Nikita Lubomov now trying to go defensive from the 2 behind him. Lubomov, like we were saying previously, he started this weekend after qualifying 36th, now finds himself fighting up the order, and it's all going on through turns number 1 then. We've got Christian battling with the driver from the Ward team, Endo Arata, right there behind him, heading out of turn number 5. Christian then, you can tell by the way he's driving, he's desperate to get to the front, back where he believes he belongs after 2 difficult results yesterday. He's got the pace within this superheat. There is your race leader then, Noah Baglin, heading through turn number 12. Within this superheat then, Baglin, he's having a bit of a Sunday drive. He's having a nice calm one. He's not got too much to think about other than really bringing it home. He knows Zulfikari is there behind him. He has a 1.5 second gap, but he just knows, keep it on the track, control it, stay calm, no mistakes, and it is quite clear. I think he's got a good chance of bringing it home within this one.
Yeah, certainly so, and it knows it's all the case of push, push, push now, because he knows that he gets a brand new set of slick tyres for the final. That will be the same for all of the drivers who make it into that final. So now it's just a case of really utilise what you've got in this early stage. Can confirm 1 or 2 drivers have deployed some tyres. I think everyone in the top 10, only the 8 and the number 10, have got the old tyres. So that would have been the likes of Giacomo Gusto and Nikita Lubomov. They've got the old tyres, but everyone else had got some fresh tyres on board. So lots have been happening, and that's why you're seeing these drivers really breaking away and utilising those brand new Maxxis tyres.
Absolutely is. There we have William Kalijah on the screen then, the 206 for Forza. Kalijah is chasing down his teammate of Iskender Zulfikari for second. On that previous lap then, Kalijah was actually faster than Zulfikari by over 2.5 tenths. So watch Kalijah in the final stages of this superheat. Is he going to have the legs to try and chase down his teammate? And if he does get behind him, will he make a move stick? There we go then. That's a change, I believe. That's between Lopez and Sells as they're heading through turn number 1. Nice, calm and controlled there. Not too much battling going on considering how late we are in this superheat. But your drivers that we were saying that are in danger zones then throughout this race, so your drivers from about 15th downwards. So we've got Asher Ostein, Maxim Bobrishov, Zdenek Babacek. Although he's made up 5 positions, he's still within that zone of trouble. Gilles Herman then up by 6 positions, but I don't know if it's going to be enough within this superheat.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out, as here's another change. Down the inside, Christian moving up another spot there into P5. Gustavo da Silva back down into P6 as they continue their charge on. Now these 2 drivers will make it through into the final, and yeah, like you're saying, those drivers in those backgrounds who were in a tricky spot needed a good result in this one to push forward. However, a lot of those front runners in this race did deploy those new tyres, which means now they're able to break away, and the drivers who deployed them yesterday to really try and make sure they made it into this race are now struggling to try and make it into that final. It's one of those double-edged swords on that one. It's really, really tricky to do. We are on the final lap of this race, Nicole, and it's all starting to close in a little bit here between the 2 Forza teammates. Zulfikari and Kalijah are 2nd and 3rd, but I don't suspect we will see any fighting between them. They are both through into that final. They will have no drama. But it's just a case of where they would like to start for that final. Will it change? Oh, I thought there was going to be an almighty lunge there from Kalijah, but no, he thinks against it. Zulfikari does go slightly defensive, but across the line, Noah Baglin's going to take it. He's going to be all good. The battle for second is still on, but Zulfikari takes it from Kalijah. It was a photo finish across the line. Nothing between them. Baglin from Zulfikari, Kalijah from Tal. Christian rounds out the top 5. And where does that put those drivers in the intermediate classification? Because, of course, championship points available for these drivers going in at the end of the superheats phase. But, of course, we have got 1 more junior superheat to go. Well, they will make their way back to Parc Ferme, but for Noah Baglin, after a solid day yesterday, that's a solid start to finals day, and the young Ferrari Academy driver is looking strong for round 1 in 2025. There's a look at the intermediate classification. That will, of course, change with the next group going out, but it is, at the moment, Baglin from Zulfikari, Kalijah from Tal, from Endo Arata and Lucas Sells rounding out the top 6 in the intermediate classification. There's a look at your full race results. The top 5 we've gone over. Gustavo da Silva finishing in P6 then ahead of Endo Arata. Ludovico Mazzola from Nikita Lubomov. Mariano Lopez, 5 places gained, finishes just inside that top 10. Giacomo Gusto finishes in P11 from Luke Sell. That's not the race they would have wanted, dropping down to 11th and 12th place. Mark Pilapenko finishing in 13th place. Valeria Villapiana finishing in P14 ahead of Asher Osteen in P15. And it's Denny Babacek and Gilles Herman who had a pretty good drive there, finishing in 15th and 17th place. Maxim Bobajov put himself into 18th place. Don't know if that's enough to get him through to that final. We will have to wait and see what happens in the next race, but the drivers further behind as well, maybe in a spot of bother also. Drew Waltz, Remy Samchek, Antonio Pizzonia, Matt Sanruin, Sebastian Eskandari, Henry Constant Kumping. Great to see that he's out on track. He was involved in that red flag yesterday. Good to see that he is okay and racing. Mika Runitz and Jagrat Troja going from the top 26. From Malota, Sabarov, Wen, Lazarus, Diaz de la Vega, and the rest of the field, Vishaminska, Stalmak, Nagy, and Van Sturven, the 35 drivers who started that race. The highlights from this race, Nicole, shaky one there for Luke Tal just at the beginning, and it just shows how close they get to each other through turn 1.
Yeah, you couldn't even put the width of a piece of paper between these karts. You know, they're so close to the floor and so close to each other. If they were to reach out, they would be able to touch each other, and it just highlights how difficult this racing is. And, you know, the standard of racing, the competition is so high. This is the moment then that it got busy between Endo Arata and Gustavo da Silva as they were heading up through turn number 1. This is when Eli Christian then lit things up through turn number 12, overtook Endo Arata to get himself back into that higher part of the order. But Gustavo da Silva didn't stop there because he continued to make moves through turn number 12, allowing Christian also to capitalise. But it didn't stop. The battle didn't stop between the Birrell and the OTK driver there, because they had more drama heading through turn number 1, and Endo Arata was part of that as well.
Yeah, Nikita Lubomov trying to get it down the inside also at turn number 2 with that one, not being successful though, but continuing that fight through the order all the way nearing to the end. You had some of the fusion karts of Mariano Lopez getting the moves done. Mark Pilapenko also had a pretty good charge through the field, however did drop back a little bit from that battle. Action still raged on then as Lucas Al just slowly started to fall down the order, like you say, dropping 8 places to finish in P12, but across the line a successful start, and again looked a little surprised, checked over the shoulder on the other side and saw no one was there. That was how close it was across the line for the 2 Forza teammates, but it would stay the likes of Iskandar Solfikari and William Kalija 2nd and 3rd. Well, gotta say, pretty feisty first Superheat there, Nicole, but that was the juniors done for Superheat A. Half of that grid will go home, half of that grid will make it into the final. Let's find out though what's going to be happening in Superheat A for the senior category, because they are heading out next, and the big story of this one, Chiara Batig, pole in qualifying and starting on pole position for Superheat A. Here is what she had to say at the end of her qualifying heats yesterday.
Well, we're about to find out with Chiara Batig. Chiara, you went new in that heat. The drivers around you did a similar thing, so you're not at a disadvantage, but you look so quick out there, and another great heat result. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Before we didn't put new tyres and we struggled a bit in the beginning of the race. Now we put new and we had a really good start, and after I could save the tyres for tomorrow's Superheat.
And we do think that it's enough for you to be provisionally starting the Superheats on pole. That must be a great feeling. Back in the victory lane tent, they must be ecstatic with your performance so far.
Yeah, I think it's an awesome result. It's my first ever European Championship in OK, and I think the team did a great performance. We're all happy.
Well, really great to catch up there with Chiara Batig, and as she said it, her first appearance in the senior OK category in the FIA European Championships, and she's only gone and put it on pole position in the first Superheat. Right, talk of the town, tyres. We like a bit of tyre talk, and there's some fresh tyres on board one young man, Kenzo Craigie for the Prema Racing team. Now, I'm getting reports there from my spies down on the pre-grid that he's the only driver within that top few rows that has actually deployed a brand new set. Everyone else, I think, deployed them, Nicole, yesterday. So that's going to be an interesting one.
Kenzo then didn't have the qualifying that he would have wanted at the start of this weekend. He was 42nd overall after the qualifying intermediate classifications, but throughout heats didn't actually drop outside of the top 10. So he put that work in, and he's actually, even though he's been battling hard and having to make loads of overtakes, he's preserved the first set of tyres that he had and is giving himself the opportunity now then to put fresh boots on for the superheat.
I'll stress, he's the only one on the entire grid who's got a fresh set of tyres on his left-hand side. So basically, if Kenzo Craigie, my money's on you, basically, mate. Right, let's see what happens then. Chiara Batig on pole position for the first time in her senior racing career in the FIA European Championship. She starts on pole position. James Anagnosiadis, brilliant weekend for him after he qualified 25th. He now finds himself on the front row. Dries van Langendonk and Filippo Sala go from row 2 from Elliot Kaczynski and Kenzo Craigie. He qualified 42nd and now finds himself on the third row of the grid with fresh tyres. Jindra Peschel and Daniel Kelleher go from row 4. They'll have Christian Costor and Roman Kamiab on row 5. Leo Nilsson and Lewis Werrell go from row 6. They'll have Matt Corby and Sebastiana Pavan on row 7. The danger zone area, Scott Marsh, Noah Wolf, Joe Turney and Armin Carrier-Osman need to have good races here.
Last attempts then for this next round of drivers, which include Luke Corner and Gino Rocchio on row number 10. On 11, we have Davide Bataro with Maria Neto, and going from 12 is Vegard Clemetson with Stylianos Kolovos. Going from 13 then is Eloy Gonzalez. He had a win yesterday, but also had a DNF. We've got Francois Cardell starting alongside him. From 14 is Bertram Sash with Paul Andriotis, and on 15 it's Canada's Alexandre Chartier with Romeo Roussel. 16 is Luna Flusha with Aloy Girardet. 17 is Marcus Schilkunas with Jakub Kiminek. Rounding out your grid then on the 18th row, 36 karts on this circuit is Peter Stiller and Ella Hakkinen.
One driver going very slowly out there at the back of the field is the driver from Victory Lane in Canada, Alexander Chartier, who is right at the back of the field and is only just going up the hill as the rest of the field is all coming down the hill. So we'll have a bit of work there to try and close up. There's a look at your current final intermediate classifications. That is what it was from the tail end of yesterday. Chiara Batig leading that one, 235. A win here would secure a pole position for that final. Nicole, even a second place, I think, wouldn't do too much damage to put him on this one. This is Alexander Chartier, and something tells me something's not right with that kart because he's gone very slowly, as well as another kart having trouble out there. That is the 124 going no further, and I think it might be possibly. That would be a big shame. It is Marcus Schilkunas. Yes, it is indeed. Grid heading to the line. We're not racing, Nicole. It's a false start. So yes, to confirm then, Marcus Schilkunas is out of this race. And where did he start? He started, well, on the 17th row of the grid, Nicole. That's his weekend done, and his first round of the championship over. That has not gone well, and unfortunately for the same as Alexander Chartier, he was also starting on the 15th row of the grid. He has pulled it back into Parc Ferme, and as he's going to try and repair it.
It looks like a throttle issue maybe to me, Anthony. He's in Parc Ferme, then he's sat in the pit lane. The mechanic is trying to have a look, but he's just pulling on that throttle pedal. Just wondering, what that issue is. Is it gone loose? Is it the cable?
I'm not too sure. It could be a loose cable, and he's trying to pull it back and tighten it on there. I can see he's working it on the tools. You can't see that at home. We've got a bird's eye view of it from our commentary box position. So Alexander Chartier is currently under supervision from Ross Upton, the judge of facts, who's keeping a close eye on the proceedings down there to make sure everything stays good. But he is being told that he can rejoin this race because he pulled it into the pit lane and not Parc Ferme. If you pull it into Parc Ferme, you're done. If you pull it into the pit lane, you're all fine. He'll have to wait until this grid goes past, though. He will not be able to join right in front of them, of course. But here we go then, into the tram line. Subin A is go for the senior OK category, and it's a good start for the front row. Chiara Batig is going to have to work hard, though, because Anagnosiadis is going to try and go the long way round the outside, but it's not going to be enough, and slots back into third place because through goes the papaya colours of Dries van Langendonk. who started third on the second row of the grid and has found himself in second place. There's drama in the background. There are 3 karts off the circuit. We will try and find out who they are, and I think it starts a little higher up. Roman Kamyab, Leo Nilsson, and the likes of the VDK Racing, Matt Corby, I think are all out of this race. They will try and get it restarted, but I think it's no bueno for all 3 of them. In fact, one of them, I think Matt Corby, has got restarted. Back on the front of the grid, though, it's all kicking off. As the front runners here, Chiara Batig has now got herself settled. But the question that I want to ask here, Nicole, is where is Kenzo Craigie? Well, I'll tell you what he's doing. He's gone purple in Sector 2, and he's pushing his way through nicely.
Yes, he is. He made a move up the inside of turn number 16. I do believe we've lost Lewis Werrell to the back of our order then. I can see on that first lap, he was forced to cut a part of the track and move off of the racing line as the rest of the grid was heading round. There we had a move then. That's Noah Wolf that was going up the inside of one of the Kart Republic drivers. Black flag then for Lewis Werrell. I think that will be because he was forced to cut the track. He was in the way heading through turn number 8. He did move off that racing line, and it didn't affect Chiara Batig and the rest of our grid as they headed round, because they were still settled and they were untouched by those drivers. But that is it now for Lewis Werrell within this superheat. Chiara Batig then continues to lead comfortably from Dries van Langendonk, James Anagnostiadis, and then Kenzo Craigie, the Mercedes Prema teammates, in there in 3rd and 4th. But Craigie wasting no time to go up the inside of Anagnostiadis, using all of that fresh rubber that's available to him. Watch him now go in on Dries van Langendonk through turn number 16. We've got a race replay then of this start. Did you see how close Anagnostiadis and Chiara Batig got as they headed through the tram lines? But this is that incident then that caught out the likes of Kamyab onto the grass, and Lewis Werrell, who was then forced to cut and go over the track. Black flag still waving for Werrell there out on the circuit.
Yeah, he went from turn 2 through to turn 7. So, yeah, that's definitely a bit of a shortcut you've taken there, Lewis. And unfortunately, that has resulted in that black flag for Lewis. He was starting this race on the 6th row of the grid. He might be okay to get into that final, but we're not too sure. We'll have to wait until later on. Eyes on the rest of this field. Kenzo Craigie is now in 2nd place, Nicole, and is closing on Chiara Batig. Now, Chiara deployed the fresh tyres yesterday. We found that out in the last qualifying heat just to make sure she secured that one. She is on one race old left-hand tyres, but is under pressure. Here's James Anagnostiadis, though. He's also making the moves as he's got past the likes of Dries van Langendonk. So that's Mercedes Junior versus McLaren Junior, switching places for P3. Eyes on the top ones, though. Craigie's closing in here, Nicole. We're going to have a fight for the lead.
Yes, we are, because he was almost half a second faster than the leader, Chiara Batig, through that previous lap. He's chasing her up the hill. How will Chiara react to this? She knows that Kenzo is on fresh tyre, but she's also going to know James and Dries are behind there. I think she's going to be smart and let Kenzo have it, not defend too much, and maybe just let him have the position, because she knows if she fights with Kenzo too much, she's only going to lose out to the likes of Van Langendonk and Anagnostiadis behind, who are on a similar tyre to what she is, and that could make her vulnerable. Watch Craigie then as they go into turn number 16. He gets it done. They're out! Kenzo Craigie and Chiara Batig. Chiara goes round. She's out.
That is a disaster for the 2 drivers running 1 and 2, and that's Joe Turney. He's also out, and he was in the danger zone, and that could be last year's European title winner in the seniors, not even making the final in the first round in 2025. But that is disastrous. Now, Kenzo Craigie, astonishingly, is still in the lead of this race. There is Chiara Batig. That is heartbreak, because she is going to lose out on not only a front row start, she's going to lose out on the front 2 rows starting in that final. That is a huge shock there, and I'm sure they'll be looking at that one in race control. But Kenzo Craigie controls this race despite the fact that that kart went skywards. Right, Anagnostiadis is there in 2nd place. He is still under pressure from Dries van Langendonk. That is the battle you're watching now, and crucially, they have closed in on Craigie, and if Craigie's picked up any damage from that, he might be in a spot of bother here as this race progresses.
I don't think that's going to put Kenzo Craigie off in this. I think he will keep charging forward. But like we said, it's going to be our team back in the camera room that are going to determine what happened there. There we can see on your screen, Chiara Batig just sat in the marshal hut, hoping that Chiara is okay. It's a question of, was it over ambitious by Kenzo Craigie, or did Chiara just not see him and turn in, and that's why they're collided? But he is under investigation then. Your race leader, Kenzo Craigie, the 119, is under investigation for what will be that incident between him and Chiara Batig through the final sector. Eyes on then for the battle of second. It still rages on between James Anagnostiadis and Dries van Langendonk, Mercedes versus McLaren. There on your screens then, is that Scott Marsh that's heading down the final sector of the track? Yes, it is. So that's Scott Marsh in 9th. It's all going on between him and Peschel, and I think that's Elliot Kaczynski there within that fight.
Yeah, Kaczynski getting his way through nicely there as they head down the start-finish straight. So changes happening. Noah Wolf is up into 7th place as well. Like you were saying, he's having a good race here to try and make sure he gets through into that final. Right, let's have a look at that moment again. Down in towards turn 1. This is okay. So looking to the inside was Craigie. Now he's on the track, he's on the curb, the gap is there, it's just on the exit, it understeers a little bit, the front gets locked in, the back goes up, and oh, she gets a rear wheel and a rear part of that car right on her fingers there on top of the steering wheel. That must have hurt there for Chiara Batig, and I have seen what she's clearly, frustrated, I think, what's going on, but you can see there that she's now, the adrenaline's worn off, and now she's starting to think, actually, my hand kind of hurts after that. And hopefully she'll be fighting fit for that final later on today, because that would be a huge shame if that is her weekend over after such a strong start. Well, Craigie, who is under investigation, we don't know if anything's come from that just yet, but he still leads this race and leads it by 9/10 of a second from his fellow teammate, James Anagnostiadis. Van Langendonk still there in P3. Sala, Keller, Costoya, Wolf, Kaczynski, Peschel and Gonzalez still round out the top 10. And Eloy Gonzalez has certainly had a good one here. He was in the danger zone previously, but he has pushed himself up 15 positions here, Nicole, to try his hardest to make his way into that final.
Absolutely is, and eyes on then still on James Anagnostiadis and Dries van Langendonk as they headed out of turn number 11. James then not cracking under the pressure by the likes of Van Langendonk and Filippo Sala, who are hunting him down. But Filippo Sala has also got to worry about the driver behind him, Ireland's Daniel Kelleher, who's had a really strong showing so far at the opening round of the 2025 season. P14 last year in the junior category, has jumped into the senior for Kart Republic and is using that kart, using this tyre to try and hunt down the likes of Filippo Sala in front of him in that Esprit for Forza. Filippo Sala then heads up the hill. The young Italian driver is being chased down by the Irish. Eyes back on then your front three, because it's still Anagnostiadis who controls Dries van Langendonk as they head back up the hill. What is James Anagnostiadis going to be thinking here? Is he driving around thinking about a potential penalty that's going to be given to Kenzo Craigie? Will Craigie be given a penalty? How is James Anagnostiadis going to be handling that out there on the circuit? We've got a retirement then. Driver was pulling into the Parc Fermé area. That's the 158, the DPK
Kamenek,
driver.
Yeah, Jakub Kamenek, who's out of this race, and crucially what I saw there, that was a rear left tyre that had gone on his wagon, and that again throws up a question mark for these drivers then with the longevity of these wheels over the course of this weekend. Eyes on the field then as they go through. We're watching the battle here, Costoya and Daniel Keller, who are fighting fiercely in P5 and 6 up the hill, but it's Costoya who's got up into P5 now as he pushes his way back through this field. Now, Costoya's had a pretty busy one this weekend. He had a great start to his weekend, and he delivered some strong results, but it all went a bit P-tong for him in qualifying, and I want to talk about that as well, of course, because Joe Turney, who was one of the favourites into 2025, of course from the tail end of last year, he struggled with a multitude of other drivers in time qualifying. When the rain came down and they went out on slick tyres, that put them down in the field. They had to fight back through. But unfortunately for them, it's just not going to happen, and I think that's the first time in quite a while we're not going to see Turney in a final, so that is a huge shock there. But eyes will focus on this one because Costoya is on the charge here, Nicole. Filippo Sala is the next target. only a couple of tenths further up the road.
Costoya then, he came into this weekend, I believe he would have had eyes on him, the young Spanish driver. The others around him knew he was going to be quick. He's come into this, he's not maybe had the results he wanted so far, but don't count him out because he is now in the fight. He sat there in 5th, that's going to give him a good position as they head into finals later on. But there's your race leader who drives down the section of 1 and 2 and into turn number 11. Kenzo Craigie then, the incident with Chiara Batik, it's not put him off within this race because he holds that best lap. He's using that Maxxis tyre to the maximum. There on the screen then is a race replay of Luna Flusha. She was just getting a CRG, pushing in out of, I believe that's turn number 12. Had a bit to say to that, had her arm in the air then, wasn't happy with the driver going into the back of her. There we go then, Christian Costoya attempts a move on Filippo Sala, but Filippo Sala gets the switchback. It wasn't quite enough going through turn number 16, but what's that going to do for Costoya as they head up the hill? Will he find some momentum? Will Kelleher help to push him through on Filippo Sala? Watch them as they go into turn number 5. You have to be brave on the brakes in turn number 5, but it is doable. Not quite yet then. It's Kelleher that tries a bit of a wider line to get some more momentum. Is it now going to give Kelleher an opportunity to go in and Costoya? But all of this battling between those three is now bringing the likes of Noah Wolf into this. So Noah Wolf, the 137 for VAR, he's now in the fight. And Luna Flusha, retirement then for the Mercedes young driver. She's on the I Am Dames livery as well. This is it. Her weekend is over. Talking of weekends that are not over then, it's Noah Wolf. He didn't have the qualifying that he would have wanted, and round the outside he goes on Kelleher. He now chases down Christian Costoya. Christian Costoya looks over his shoulder to see what the gap is, but watch Wolf. He's taking absolutely no prisoners within this race.
No, he certainly isn't, and he's certainly pushing very hard in this last one to try and help himself get into that final. And I think, you know what, Nicole, he might have done enough here, despite the fact that he qualified 57th in the time qualifying earlier on this weekend. Last lap board is out then to the field as we continue to watch these overtakes as right round the outside, well, he's going to repay the favour, is Daniel Keller, as he retakes that place away from the likes of Noah Wolf. And now that's brought in Elliot Kaczynski into play in P8, but it's still not the end of the world for these drivers, but they are having a pretty tasty battle out there as Wolf sends it back down the inside at turn number 11. Again, we've not seen many overtakes, and crucially it was Keller, the last person we saw do the overtake there. So now he's just had a taste of his own medicine, but this time from Noah Wolf. We'll keep a close eye on that battle as that rages on now through down into the final sector of this lap. Your race leaders, though, are heading to the start-finish line to end their superheat. Across the line he goes. It's provisional with a capital P. Kenzo Craigie takes the win in Superheat 1 from James Anagnosiidis. Dries van Langendonk from Filippo Sala, and Christian Costoya rounds out the top 5. A pretty dramatic one there, Nicole, and for one young lady, Chiara Batik on pole position at the start of this one is now dropping down the order, and you can imagine she's just having a chat there with Gonzalo Planta, one of the judge of facts out in circuit, thinking, you know, what's happening from that, because, you know, I was racing and then all of a sudden I ended up with a cart on top of me. So, you know, what's the crack there? Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll wait for those full official results, and you at home, if you're curious, you can check out those full official results. You can head to the FIA Karting website, check on the event details of this one, Campillos, and you can check out all the results from every single race over this weekend, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. But don't go anywhere, because more racing coming up as we'll go over the full results then from that race. The top 5 we've gone over. Wolf finishing in P6 after gaining 10 places. I think he's done enough to make it into that final. The rest of the field, Daniel Keller finishing in P7 ahead of Kaczynski. Pavan finishing in P9 from Yundra Peschel. Eloy Gonzalez from Scott Marsh. They made good places up in that one to try and get into that final as well. Vengar Clemenson, 10 places gained, finishes in 13. Is that going to be enough? We'll have to wait and see after the next of those senior races. Gino Rocchio from Arden Callier Osman. Davide Bataro from Luke Cornder. Paul Andriotis, Francois Cadal, Stylianos Kolovos, Aloy Girardet, all gaining good positions in that one. Romeo Russell, Alexander Chartier, Bertram Sash, Ella Hakkinen, Peter Stiller and Matt Corby rounding out the 27 finishers. Matt Corby, of course, having a pretty tough one. There is Kenzo Craigie And, well, as you can imagine, he's probably thinking, I don't think that race is just over just yet. For some drivers, it is their weekend over, and I don't think they're going to be making it into that final. Drivers including Flusha, Turney, Werrell, Neto, Chilkunas, Nilsson as well. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. And a good start for Chiara Battistini initially at the front of that one. Anagnostiadis really trying to hang around the outside. That was how Lewis Werrell got disqualified from the race, or he got the black flag, I should say. He cut the course from turn 2 straight over into turn 7, while we lost a couple more drivers, Leo Nilsson, Roman Kamyab, and many more as well. Matt Corby, the other VDK driver involved in that one, but managed to get going and remain in the race. Eyes on the rest of this one. Bit of a shaky start for some, but a lot of these drivers just pushing up in the early stages, but not sure what happened to the likes of, like say, Joe Turney, one of them. That was a big one. That was around the same time as we lost Chiara Battistini from the race. Unsure of how it happened. Kenzo Craigie was the man on the charge. Of course, Nicole, the only driver on those fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Yeah,
used the tyre that he had available to him, but we will be finding out shortly if that under investigation is going to cause a penalty for Kenzo Craigie. There we have then. This was the moment there it all went wrong for Chiara Battistini. Did Kenzo Craigie outbrake himself and drift into Chiara, or maybe she just didn't see him up her inside and she turned in? We'll have to find out. There on your screen then, that is Joe Turney. Retirement for Joe. He was one of the favourites coming into this weekend, but it ends in disaster for him. Scott Marsh had a busy race then. It was all going on between him, Tony Kart driver, and the likes of the 184 in the Birrell. Scott Marsh of the Southwest in England. Luna Flusha then had a retirement within that race. She had a bit of a battle with a CRG kart. We later saw her pull into the pit lane, and she will be out for this weekend. Filippo Sala then and Christian Costoya going out of the last sector had a lot to say to each other, but crucially that brought the likes of Kelleher and Noah Wolf into the fight. Noah Wolf then hanging some moves around the outside of Kelleher, going through turn number 13, but Kelleher responded quickly and went back in on Noah Wolf through turn number 5 and 6. Here we go then. Noah Wolf took no time to try and take him back, and that brought Kaczynski into the fight as well. Kenzo Craigie then has provisionally taken the win in the first OK Superheat of the day, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly, does he get to keep that win?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because that'll be working in the background while in the front of house we'll be racing again. OK Junior Superheat B will be heading out on to the circuit next, and it will all start with the likes of Bosco Arias on the front row of the grid for this one. A solid drive over the course of this weekend. Not taken a qualifying heat win, but has really enjoyed finishing second place. 4 second places and a P4. There he is on your screen after qualifying 9th at the start of this weekend. The Spaniard finds himself on the front row of the grid. Here's what he had to say after those qualifying heats.
Bosco, great drive out here in Spain. Spanish driver on a Spanish track. You look confident out there on the circuit. Can you tell me how happy you are with that race?
Yeah, the last hit not was the best, but it's okay. We are in front in the overall, so that's good. We still have to work in the chassis a bit, but yeah, I'm really happy with the pace today and with the hits.
So you said you've got to work with the chassis a little bit more, so you think maybe there's some more setup changes to go. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is a lot of setups and we have to find which is the best, but yeah, it's okay. We only have to find that.
Well, good to listen there to the likes of Bosco Arias starting this one on pole position. There's a look at the grandstand. There is the look at the commentary box. They didn't warn me that I was doing that. I was writing some notes there as I'm sat down. There's the pre-grid ready to go on this one. But these drivers, a lot of talk of tyres. A lot of drivers yesterday didn't deploy fresh tyres. They have deployed them now, all on the left-hand side. But we'll talk about those a little bit later on in this race. But it's effectively a lot of the drivers in the top section of the grid that'll be heading out onto the circuit. But this is going to be an exciting one here, because you've got drivers who didn't qualify too well right up at the sharp end. One of them being Benjamin Magnac, who had drama yesterday with his wagon, with tyres on the wrong kart, and then that was called off. There was a delay and all of that. There is Henry Domain. Solid weekend for the driver from the United Kingdom. Third in time qualifying. Has had 2 qualifying heat wins. Worst result being a P13, but has been solid on the board and starts this one on the front row of the grid and is a strong favourite going into the final later on.
Yes, he is indeed. He's moved over to the OTK kart, the Esprit, for 2025. He's with Energy last year, but he's come into the 2025 European season and has really put his name on the map. As we said, he'll be starting from the front row alongside Bosco Arias. We've seen those 2 drivers have a few battles throughout this weekend. How will they respond to each other as they go into this race? We'll shortly be finding out. But drivers that we also need to talk about a little bit further behind are the likes of Will Green, the British driver that had a bit of a crash yesterday with Iskender Zulfikari. He just got collected in an incident. What will Will Green do? What will Will Green do within this superheat to get himself back up into the sharp end of the field? We've also got Evan Purcell in there. Evan is one of our 3 Brits within the top 10 of the intermediate classification, and I think eyes will be on him within this superheat.
Certainly will do. As the field makes its way out, so let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Superheat B, let's find out who's starting where. It's Bosco Arias and Henry Domain on row number 1. Dean Hugendorn and Devon Walls on row 2, with Evan Purcell and Benjamin Magnac on row number 3. Will Green and Andrea Mani go from row 4. They'll have Julian Fresnelli and Priam Bruno on row 5. Turner Brown and Jesse Phillips go from row 6. Daniel Miron and Matteo Rivals round out row number 7. They'll have Michael McGow, or Michael McCoy, I should say, and Jean-Matteo Rousseau on row number 8. Casper Reipold and Alessandro Truscia are in the danger zone. They start on row number 9.
The clock is ticking then for the likes of Oliver Warner and Michael Zajac on row number 10. On 11, we have Lucas Bonhomme with Dan Alleman, and going from 12 is Emiliano Hernandez and Great Britain's Archie Lovett. Going from 13 is Martin Bertolicini with Bruno Blanco, and from 14 is Zavre Dudkovsky with Tobias Agenyi. 15 would be Olivieri Sini with Jarlath Sayer, and 16 is Italy and France with Pietro Beguti and Samuel Hugon. 17 is Jindřich Svoboda of the Czech Republic with Poland's Leonardo Gorski, and rounding out your grid of 36 karts, and potentially for the last time today, will be Vanessa Schilkenater and Zhao Huzhai.
Well, let's see what happens then, as there is a look at your FIA race director Nigel Edwards on the gantry, ready to kick-start this race, the last of the junior Superheat qualifier races ahead of the final that is coming up later on today. This will determine who makes it through to that final and who goes home at the end of these qualifying heats. Well, let's find out as they make their way into that final part of the lap. Like you say, Bosco Arias and Henry Domain on the front row of this grid. But keep an eye on the drivers behind, as Magnac, he was promoted to a qualifying heat win in his final race yesterday. Of course, when you had the Iskender Zulfikari and the Will Green moment. Happy to report that Will Green is okay. Me and you, Nicole, we did pop over to the Kart Republic tent and we just said, you know, is he all right? He had a big spell over the barrier at the top of the corner and reported that, yeah, he was okay. He got the clear from the doctor. He was all fine, and hopefully he has a good result in this one. Because that was a scary moment yesterday for the green driver, but he's back on track, and let's see what happens then as drivers make their way into the final corner. Are we going racing, Nicole? Let's find out. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside of row number 2. Hugendorn trying to go down the inside of Bosco Arias, but Arias denying the chance to go through. 2 cars have got tangled on each other there as they've not gone any further in this race. There's the 239 of Julian Fresnelli. Unfortunately, he was right next to Will Green. I'm not sure if it's Will Green who he's tangled with or if it's another driver. We'll try and figure that one out as they go through.
It's not Will Green.
It's Andrea Mani.
Yeah, I can still see Will Green heading down the hill then, so Will is still safe within this race. He's heading down out of turn number 11, still chasing, but it's the 231 that was involved in that. Has got that kart, the Forza kart, going again, so will be able to continue in this race should there be no damage. But there on your screen, though, is Bosco Arias that leads the way from Hugendorn. Hugendorn just looked a little bit shaky on this start. start, couldn't quite get the run up the hill, and that's made him vulnerable to the likes of Henry Domain, who has overtaken him through turn number 16. Will Green also using the opportunity to overtake through turn number 16, that hot spot, because now he's got himself into 4th position ahead of Evan Purcell. Benjamin Maniac has dropped a position within this one so far, and so has Devon Waltz. Waltz and Maniac then are 6th and 7th. Let's watch Dean Hoogendoorn and how he responds to that overtake from Henry Domain, who is tightening things up through the first sector and up the hill. Will Hoogendoorn have an opportunity very shortly? I believe he probably will, because he is looking lots faster as they go back down the roller coaster section, which is the hill. This, though, crucially is giving Bosco Arias a little bit of breathing room. How will Bosco respond to this? How well will he keep pushing? Henry Domain then still under pressure by Dean Hoogendoorn as they head out of turn number 13. Watch Hoogendoorn into turn 16, because the drivers love to do it from far away. Will he have the opportunity? Can he do it? Not quite yet. Still continues to sit on the back bumper of Henry Domain. No, he doesn't. Up the inside of turn number 17.
Certainly does. Makes that move done. And is he going to hold it, though? That's the question, because straight back comes Domain, but not close enough. Slots back into that slipstream through turn number 1. And we'll try again, I'm sure, later on. Technical flags have gone out for Ludovico Svoboda. Jindřich Svoboda, I should say. He's currently running around in 30th place. And unfortunately, he will have to bring that one back into Parc Fermé. His race is over. But Bosco Arias continuing to have control at the front of this one. There he is on your screen, is Svoboda. Couldn't quite see what was up with his kart, but they've spotted it. And they've said, no, technical flag for him, and I'm not sure what is up with his wagon. So we'll have to figure that one out. But there you can see he's currently up 4 places, but unfortunately he started so far back in this order, that will be his chances of getting into that final well and truly done and dusted. Eyes on the rest of the field. It's all looking calm at the front here, Nicole, but there is a look at your provisional classification with Bosco Arias there. He is looking at a front row start alongside Baglin in that final.
Keep your eyes on Will Green then, because he is faster than Domain through sectors 1, 2 and 3. The young Infinity and Williams driver, he heads up the hill and he's chasing Domain. The gap is 0.2 of a second. Where will he have the opportunity to go in? But that Kart Republic car is just looking slightly faster than the OTK as they head out of turns 8 and 9. Back down the hill then, what are the 2 young British drivers going to do? These 2 drivers have raced each other in previous years back in Great Britain, but they're out here in Spain at the FIA European Championships and continue to fight with each other. Here, though, Dean Hoogendoorn has reeled in Bosco Arias, who was leading. The gap on the screen is 0.3 of a second, but Hoogendoorn does look faster. Hoogendoorn then, is he going to have a look up the inside as they go into turn number 16? No, he doesn't, but he likes to make the move go through turn number 17, and yes, he does. So what he did on Domain previously, he's done now on Bosco Arias, but takes the race lead in that red and green Prema kart.
And that changes the front row of the final as well. With that change, Hoogendoorn now will start on P2, right alongside Noah Baglin, and we know what those 2 have been like over the course of this weekend, and then they'll start at Prema 1-2 if it stays like this at the halfway point of this race. It's Hoogendoorn now leading from Arias, Domain from Green, Walls from Purcell, Maniac from Phillips, Bruno and Reipold, who round out the top 10. There it is on your screen, the final intermediate classification. Hoogendoorn now up to 2nd. Arias would start right behind Baglin on row number 2 in P3. Zulfikari at this moment would be starting alongside Bosco Arias on row number 2, and that would be a very interesting final, because each and every one of those drivers there, Nicole, has been fighting right at the sharp end. Action here, though, it's all kicking off. Will Green's lost out, as I think Devon Waltz, the rest of it is all kicking off a little bit. So they've stayed in position, but they are trying now to really go for these moves. He stays there in 3rd place.
It was an attempted move by Will Green through. those technical gremlins he was suffering earlier on. He's now pulled over on the left-hand side of the circuit as they head into turn number 17. Slightly on the way there, he was just hugging the curb to try and move out of the way of his competitors, but it did make it a little bit difficult for some of the pack out there. Eyes back on then at this front pack because it's still getting busy. It's Will Green that is now having to defend from Evan Purcell whilst he focuses on the driver in front also. Dean Hoogendoorn, still your race leader then. He's got a half a second gap from Bosco Arias, but Bosco Arias now has got a little bit to think about Henry Domain. It was out of Domain and Will Green previously, but not so much anymore. Dean Hoogendoorn then is your fastest driver on the circuit, your race leader. He's doing a good job as they head out of turn number 11. Not too much to think about other than keeping that Williams Premier kart planted on the circuit, using all of the rubber available to him without creating a slide or hopping too much. The Maxxis tyre is a grippy tyre with a good stability. The drivers know how to work it, they know how to manage it. Management within this one isn't going to be too detrimental because they are given a fresh set for these finals, but it doesn't mean that they aren't going to be thinking about it because they don't want to cook the tyre as they're driving through these corners and create understeer as they head into the next one. Under the start-finish gantry though, Hoogendoorn continues to lead by about half a second from Bosco Arias. Bosco Arias then leads from Henry Domain by about 0.3 of a second, but Domain is on the charge as they head out of turn number 5. Bosco and Henry though both looking settled, good control by both of them. You don't see them twitching around too much on the steering wheel. Will Green then, as you can see on the screens, is your fastest driver out there. The young Williams Kart Republic driver for 2025, chasing the likes of Waltz ahead of him. They are teammates, so how will they react? Will Green go for the move? Will it go green for him? We'll have to find out, but he is right there behind the American driver.
Certainly is, and we will keep that eye focused on them as they head into the final stages of this race, Nicole. Just 1 and a bit laps to go because we're about to end lap number 8 and go on to lap 9. Out to the final corner they go. Still Hoogendoorn leads then from 0.8 of a second, but the gap has only fractionally come down there between himself and Bosco Arias in P2. Addis himself under pressure still from Domain, as Walls there in P4 from Green, Purcell from Magnac, Phillips from Reipold. Renault still in the top 10. A look further down the order as well at some of the movers in the grid to try and get themselves through. Lucas Bonhomme for Victory Lane for France. He has gained 7 places up to P14. You've got the likes of Emiliano Hernandez, who's gained 5, who's up into 18, and Bruno Blanco, who's gained 7 and is just outside that danger zone in P19. But again, we've not seen big movers through the field this time around, as it's heating up a little bit there for second place. We'll keep a close eye on it because a lot of the front runners in this, Nicole, did deploy those fresh tyres on the left-hand side, which means they've been able to break away, which means the drivers behind who wanted to close in have not been able to. It's one of those, like I said earlier on, it's a double-edged sword, and they've just not had the momentum to try and really push through into that final. We are now on, I believe, the final lap of the race. We are indeed. It is the last lap of this race. And Dean Hoogendoorn here, Nicole, is looking to start on the front row of the grid for that final later on today.
Dean Hoogendoorn then, it got a little bit ferocious between him and the teammate driver of Noah Baglin earlier on in the weekend. He had a couple of difficult heats. He had a 7th in one of them, but did pick it up with a 2nd, 3rd, a 2nd and a 2nd. And now he looks like he's going to be this super heat winner if he can get it to the line very shortly. They've only got one more sector to go. The likes of Henry Domain then has only got one more sector to try and open a move on Bosco Arias. Will he try the slingshot into turn number 16? Not quite. So it is Bosco Arias that looks like he's going to come out of this ahead of Domain, who will come out of it ahead of Waltz. And then we have Will Green in there as well. There it is then. It is Dean Hoogendoorn who finishes this race in that top spot. Hoogendoorn, great result for Prema Racing, great result for that young Williams driver, and crucially, he is in 2nd place then to his teammate Noah Baglin in the final intermediate classification with 295 points. So it's Hoogendoorn is your race leader from Spain's Bosco Arias, Great Britain's Henry Domain, the USA's Devon Waltz, and then Great Britain's Will Green.
There is a look at your final intermediate classification. Baglin then secures that pole position and, crucially, Nicole, secures another big chunk of championship points going into that final. You get 25 if you're leading after the qualifying heats, you get 25 if you're leading after the super heats, and you get the 50 if you win that final. And also an extra 1 if you get that cheeky fastest lap of the race. Here's a look at your full grid then after the second and final OK Junior Super Heat of the weekend. And the day is Dean Hoogendorf from Bosco Arias, Henry Domain from Devon Waltz, Will Green, Evan Purcell, Benjamin Magnac from Jesse Phillips, Casper Reipold and Priyan Bruno. Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Turner Brown go for the next 2 spots. They'll have Turner Brown and Michael McGow finishing just behind them inside the top 13. Lucas Bonhomme from Oliver Warner, Alessandro Truchot and Daniel Miron. Bruno Blanco was looking pretty quick in that race and actually came away with the fastest lap of that race in P18 after gaining 8 places. Might have just done enough to get through into that final. We'll have to wait and see. Emiliano Hernandez, Matteo Rivals, Tobias Genny, Martin Bertolacini, Archie Lovett, Samuel Hugon, Olivier Ricini, Dan Alaman, Leonardo Gorski, Xavier Dukowski, Vanessa Chilcaneta, Pietro Bagutti from Zhang Jose, Michael Zajac and Jarlis Sayer, Andrea Mani and Yannick Svoboda, the 35 that finished that race, albeit there's a lot of those drivers, Nicole, big names who I don't think are going to make that final. One driver who is there on your screen, Dean Hoogendoorn. He'll be starting that final on the front row of the grid alongside his teammate Noah Baglin, but this is how it all transpired. It was a pretty decent start at the front there, Nicole, with Bosco Arias driving away. However, that didn't last too long, with drivers going off right at the start of it. Julian Fresnelli, one of them, Andrea Mani, who was involved there, but was able to restart. Action happened, Domain was on the charge back, but it was Hoogendoorn, the one that we needed to keep an eye on, Nicole. He was the one that started to really push through that field, firstly getting past Domain, and then later, at the very same corner, a few laps later, he would then go for the lead on Bosco Arias. There it was, and he would, with that overtake, would start on the front row for that final.
Yeah, Dean Hoogendoorn got a little bit twitchy at the start once he was forced onto that dirty line of things, but after a couple of laps, picked things back up and then continued to do a fantastic job to just lead. Similarly to Noah Baglin, we saw from them, they get into the front, they push their own air and they push away from the rest of the field.
Well, one more race to go. Blink and the morning sessions are over on finals day for round 1 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. But like you say, one more race to go because it is time for the Senior Super Heat B that is heading out onto the circuit. We are going to take a short ad break though. Do not go anywhere. That last of the Super Heats is coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them because it's made my life so much easier.
race that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, welcome to finals day for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, round 1 in 2025 here at the fabulous Campillos circuit in the south of Spain. You have, if you've only just joined us, you've missed 3 fantastic races so far. You have got one more to go in the morning, and that is, of course, the race that is coming up, the Superheat B for the senior category. And myself, Andrew John Nicole Sutherland, in the commentary box. We've been in between races. You've been trying to teach me how to dance. It's been going terribly wrong.
Yeah, you can't dance.
No, I can't dance.
Terrible.
I'm absolutely terrible out there. No,
you can't sing either.
I can't sing. Of course I can sing. I can sing really loudly. I don't know what you're talking about. No, but the next race is coming up very soon. They're heading. There they are. There you go. That's the more important thing we want to see. Thibaut Ramekers and Thomas Berta on the front row of the grid because this is going to be an exciting one. Ramekers, who had a really strong start to his race weekend, second in time qualifying, 3 qualifying heat wins, did take a P12 and a second place, but he starts this race on the front row. And he's starting this one in a really strong position. There is his eyes fully focused on the job ahead.
Thibaut Ramekers then came into today P2 to Chiara Batigue. He was P2 to her in qualifying as well, but now he's got an opportunity to jump back up the order and potentially come out at the sharp end. Thibaut then, great job so far this weekend. He was 3rd in this championship last year, and yeah, one of the contenders. You know, we've said time and time again, although every driver wants a win at the end of this weekend, it is a long game, and we've got a long way to go. But let's hear what Thibaut had to say yesterday after his final heat.
Thibaut, great race out there, great lead to take that win. Tomorrow you'll be starting your superheat right at the sharp end of the field. You must be really happy with your results.
Yeah, I'm happy of the day, because it was a difficult day, because the first heat I had an engine issue, but after I was fast and I win the last one, and I finished second in the second one, so yeah, quite happy.
And the hard work doesn't stop there then. You've got a full day of racing tomorrow. When you go back to the VDK tent tonight then, what do you do to prepare for tomorrow's racing?
We will look after the data, and watch what can we improve, and yeah, that's it.
Well, good to hear there from Ramekers ahead of his, last superheat before the final later on. There is Thomas Berta starting this one on the front row of the grid as well. Also, another fabulous qualifying for him earlier on in the weekend on Friday. 3rd overall against the, near 100 drivers who had entered into this weekend and taken really solid results. Never been outside the top 10. Has had a win, a 3rd, a 2nd, a 5th, and a 7th over the course of his qualifying heat. So again, as you would say, absolutely superb.
Yeah, Thomas Berta, French driver, but in the Italian machinery. He's out there for Tony Kart for this season, and like you said, doing a good job out there, but he has got to think about the drivers around him now, because he is sat alongside Thibaut Ramekers, who we just heard from, who we know is going to be quick within this race. He's also got to think about the Canadian driver of Jenson Burnett, who will be starting right behind him. We've also got Zach Drummond within the mix of that top 4 also.
Indeed. Well, it's hard not to be on the Italian-made stuff because, well, it's mainly dominated by the Italians in terms of chassis manufacturing. In fact, looking through the list of homologated chassis in 2025 onwards for the next 3 years, I don't see any French chassis out there. So French chassis don't exist. Well, if they do, they're not homologated. There they are then, getting ready to go out onto the track. Second row of this grid as well. Pretty intense. Zach Drummond as well for the United Kingdom, and Jensen Burnett of Canada, who have all had results never outside the top 10. So it's a very competitive front few rows. As the engines fire up, Nicole, they will make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. It is Thibaut Ramekers and Thomas Brodier on row number 1. Zach Drummond and Jensen Burnett go from row 2. They will have Oliver Kinmark and Louis Cochet for company on row 3. Jacopo Martinez, qualified 26th this weekend, now finds himself on row 4. He'll be joined by Boris Lysen of Poland. Lev Krutelov and Alp Aksoy go from row 5. They round out the top 10. They'll have Jacob Mikulev and Team Pedersen on row number 6. Maximilian Rafalik and Marco Gast on row 7. They'll have Luis Francis and Emili Koivisto on row number 8. And in the danger zone in the middle of the pack, Clovis Nougarade and Zach Green go from row number 9.
It could be last moments then for the likes of Vladimir Ivanikov and Bernardo Benaldi on row number 10. From 11, we have Oliver Rasmussen with Hugo Marti, and going from 12 is Vilma Svan with Bo Louette. Going from 13, we have Aston Sharp for his first year in full OK racing with Fasto Unardo. Going from 14, we have Zhao Zhizhen with Jason Brolick, and on 15, we have Roland Cooklane and Quara Furhand. On 16, then, we have Norway's Kasper Henriksen with Great Britain's Sebastian Mins sat in the CRG kart, and on 17 is Senna Munir with Makar Sevlev. Going out then on your final part of the grid is Guy Parker from Great Britain on the Birol kart with Oscar Gallen, sat there from Poland on a Kart Republic chassis.
Well, let's see what happens at the end of this one. We know the first half of who's going to be making it to that final. And what happened here? When always we see a replay, something bad's happened. Ah, dear. And that's someone stalled up the road. And then, of course...
Sky Parker.
Well, Sky Parker stalled.
In that.
Yeah. She was stalled because there was like 3 or 4 karts in front of her that also stalled and blocked the way. It looks like they've all made it out onto the track, though, which is good to see. However, that will put a spanner in the works, and one driver who has not made it out onto the track I'm seeing is Kare Fairhand, who should have been starting on the 15th row of the grid, and the driver of the 172 starting in P30. I don't believe has made it out on track.
I can see Sky Parker, and I believe that's Oscar Gallen then chasing the rest of the pack out of turn number 11 to try and get themselves back into position. But like you said, it just looked like somebody stalled it coming off of the grid, and then that held up the back a few rows.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, there you can see the field making their way into the final corner now, ahead of the last superheat of the day. Are we going racing? Well, we won't be going racing with drivers out of the tram lines, and we're not going racing. It is a false start. Nigel Edwards sending them round for another lap. And that's good news, Nicole. It means we can waffle a little bit more.
Yes, okay.
About what? I don't know. Have you got anything?
No.
No? Well, let's find something then. Final intermediate classification. James Enignosianis is the leader of that one at the moment, and here at this moment in time, it's not secured yet because, of course, Thibaut Ramekers with 219, you get 90 points for a win in the superheat.
It's going to be close.
Ramekers could be starting on pole position here, and crucially, Nicole taking 25 valuable championship points to his name.
Yeah, absolutely. We said it earlier on, points mean prizes. This is a long game. We'll head to Portimao at the start of May for the second round. So although these drivers want to take home some silverware, although the trophies are not silver this weekend, they're very impressive, so watch out for our podiums because they're very nice to look at. Drivers are going to want to take trophies home, but points you know, it's a long game. It means a lot to these drivers.
Oh.
But we are on board then with our pole man of Thibaut Ramekers. He's got Zach Drummond behind him, pushing on the back bumper as they head out of the start-finish gantry. Are they going to go racing? Yes, they do. So it's Thibaut Ramekers that leads the way. Zach Drummond has had a good start. The Scottish driver chases Thibaut up the hill then, but Thibaut was ready for that. Lightning quick reactions. They head out of turn number 5 then. Settled start for the front of our field, but the back of our field is all getting a bit busy. I can see some DPK karts in the background having a bit of a difficult start. They head down the first sector for the first time then, and it's still Ramekers that leads the way. He's got a little bit of breathing room from the Scottish driver, but watch how the Fusion driver reacts to this, because he's going to be chasing. We've got moves up the inside then from Forza's on Koski karts. I think that could have been, who was the Forza going up the inside, Anthony?
Well, I think it was Jensen Burnett on Louis Cochet. So it's Cochet who's had the good start. Kidmark in the Koski is up into 3rd place. So they've all swapped around. But you can see Cochet in the victory lane orange helmet there.
The curve.
I know, he's going absolutely wheel to wheel there with Alpak Soy of Turkey, who's had also a very good start to his race. He's up 3 places into P7. So as they cross the line, it's Ramekers from Drummond, Pradier from Kidmark. Then it is Burnett from Leisen and Soy. And the battles are indeed on, because again, that there is the victory lane. I think getting squeezed out of the way. It's not Louis Cochet. I think it's a little further down.
It was Jensen Burnett then, the Forza driver, the Canadian driver, making a move through turn number 5 to get himself into 4th position.
Past the Koski.
It's battle then for 3rd position that's getting all a bit busy, and it's Thomas Pradier that leads the way. No time wasted then by Boris Leisen, who goes up the inside in turn number 12 and now leads from Oliver Kidmark. Jensen Burnett, though, is the driver in 4th position who's going to be chasing Pradier, the French driver, for 3rd. They head out of turn number 16, and it's going to be Boris Leisen that is going to have to defend slightly from Oliver Kidmark in that Koski kart as they head out then. Thibaut Ramekers and Zach Drummond looking strong in the early stages. They've got a bit of breathing room from the likes of Tony Kart's driver Thomas Pradier, but it's settled down slightly then on this 3rd lap. Nothing really changing at the front end of our order, but things have changed in our final intermediate classification so far, because our race leader Thibaut Ramekers now leads the way from James Anagnostiadis. So it's Ramekers on 309 points with Anagnostiadis on 298. Dries van Langendonk is on 279, Drummond is on 277, Pradier 275, and Filippo Sala, the young Italian for Forza, then has 264 points. Our driver then, who is 5th in the intermediate classification, is sat 3rd there, leading away from Jensen Burnett, the Canadian driver, as they head into turn number 16. And it's gone wrong at the back of our grid then. That's the 163. That's an MP kart, a Forza Henza chassis then. He is out. Who is that, Anthony?
Emili Koivisto out of the race. He will be going no further in this one. And Emili Koivisto, where did he start this race? I think it was a little further down in the order. Near the back end. It was on the 8th row of the grid, so that was near the cut-off, but he was inside it, and we'll have to see whether or not he makes it into that final later on. Eyes on the field, though, as they continue. There is Emili Koivisto out of the race, and you can imagine a little disheartened, thinking, did I do enough? Have I done enough to get into that final? But I've got to say, I think he's just on the cusp there. We're on lap 4 now, Nicole, and 1st and 2nd are breaking away nicely. Ramekers and Drummond looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. Jensen Burnett then is still your driver in 3rd position. Thomas Pradier has not decided to go for a move just yet, and I do think that is holding these drivers up slightly, and it's brought Boris Leisen back into it. Here we have then a race replay of that incident with the MP karts, yeah, all got wrong. There was some Birrells involved in there. There was a DPK in that. I'm not quite sure who those 2 drivers are. Is that Vladimir Ivanikov that was maybe involved? But there we have that. Driver was furious then as he came towards the marshal post. Koivisto was not having any of that. Jakub Mikulev then is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He set a 1 minute .759. It's not going to be enough for him to get himself right to the sharp end of the field, but will it allow him to pick up some more positions? They're heading back into turn number 12 then, and it's still Pradier that sits in 4th position. He's not been able to chase down Burnett just yet, and that's allowed Boris Lysen to get back on his tail. I think now the battle out there is going to be between Pradier and Lysen, and yes it is, because Lysen goes up his inside through turn number 16, and Pradier then tries to get it back through 17, not quite enough, and that's meant he's had to back off slightly, and is going to reduce that gap.
On board with your race leader, Thibaut Ramicus, looking back at, well, effectively, no one. Drummond is there, but he is a little further behind. But there's the gap. You can see it is closing in down to 0.7 of a second. Drummond is going slightly faster, but has dropped back a little bit on that first sector this time around. So we'll keep an eye on that gap. But again, stunning view here, Nicole. Crucially, all springs on board that kart on the exhaust. But looking back on this one, still a fabulous onboard view. Climbing up the hill once again. This is in the second half of the sector. We're going into sector 3 now. This is back down the hill. This is the mean overtaking point we have seen multiple times in towards 15 and then turn 16. Back on the exit of that one, then you swoop through 17, the right-hander, then into the left-hander of turn 18, back on the start-finish straight. A little bumpy down the start-finish straight, as you can see there from the onboard visuals, but a good little lap there, looking backwards at Drummond, who has not been able to close in. In fact, that gap's opened up now to 0.8 of a second. Eyes on this battle here. This is further back. This is Louis Cochet, Kinmark and Martinez. Take that back. It's Louis Cochet, Martinez, Kinmark now in that order.
Yeah, we just had that onboard footage then. I just think it highlights this is a driver's circuit. These drivers have to keep their minimum speed up so much because it's so fast and so flowing. It's such a momentum circuit, and the slightest slide on this kart just kills your revs. So those minimum speeds through the likes of turn number 12 are so important, especially with that elevation change through this circuit. I think we've lost Sky Parker at the back of our order then. I think she sat in around 33rd place then, having a hard race. The young Richard Mill junior driver, as well as part of David Coulthard's more than equal program, has come out to Spain then, not quite had the weekend she would have wanted, but she is still circulating out there. Circulating out the front then is Thibaut Ramicus still. He leads by over 0.9 of a second. Drummond then looks quick, but I don't think he's going to have the legs to try and catch up to Thibaut for this race lead. The gap then between Drummond and Jensen Burnett is just under 0.4 of a second. It's the 1-1-5 being chased by 1-3-4. It's Scotland being chased by Canada. Is Jensen Burnett going to have enough in that Esprit chassis to get through the grip, get through turn number 12 and close the gap even more? Watch them as they come into the third sector, because we know what these drivers like to do. They like to set it up between turns 14 and 15, use the cone as a braking marker and really set it up, get a long lunge back nice and late and hard on the brakes, use the width of turn number 16 to really rev that engine up and get a nice drive out of 18 and down the start-finish straight. What is the reduction in that lap between second and third then? It was about 1/10 of a second, so not too much. We've had a retirement then, I believe that's Lev Krutelov, the energy driver who's in his first year of OK Racing. He was in OKJ last year, P6 in the world. He was having a good weekend until this point, but it's just not gone well for him, and he is out of this superheat.
He certainly is. Well, eyes still focusing on this second place battle of Drummond and Burnett. These two have been locked in battle for the last few laps now as we're going into the dying stages of this race. We are lap 9 of 13 as it stands. And I'm just keeping a close eye on all of the positions throughout this field, Nicole. I'm seeing drivers who have made moves through the field, trying their best to get into the final. The likes of Sebastian Mins, Oscar Gallin, who are trying to push through. They're up 14 and 9 places apiece. Other drivers, Hugo Marti for Parolin, 9 places gained, is now up into P13, so has had a good race and might have done enough there to just squeeze into that final, but we'll have to wait and see what the full intermediate classification is at the end of this race. Lap 10, Ramicus leads 1.3 seconds ahead of Drummond. Burnett there in third. Leisen from Prodere, Cochet, Martinez, Mikolev, Kinmark and Lewis Francis, who rounds out the top 10. I had a good chat with Lewis Francis yesterday. I said, Lewis, how was your day? I thought it went all right for you. He said, no, Anthony, it was absolutely terrible. I don't know what you're talking about. No, it was a tough day for him yesterday for Lewis Francis, but the Australian has certainly dug deep in this one, and I think he's done enough to make it into that final where hopefully he can have a good one. Eyes on this though, Nicole. Burnett continues to close in, and there's the overtake down through turn 17. No drama, and the Canadian gets up into P2. How does that affect the intermediate classification? Well, it does a little bit, and Burnett now will start shotgun right behind Drummond on the grid.
Yeah, it was almost as if he could hear you then as he was headed through turn number 16, because I don't know if you almost like predicted that for him. Went in on Drummond, then nice clean move, saw the gap, Drummond left it slightly open, thank you very much. But how will Drummond react to this? He's got a little bit of time left to maybe grab that position back off of Burnett. Like he said in the intermediate classification, that's jumped Jensen slightly up in the order, but it's still Zach Drummond that is in front of him so far. So will Drummond actually decide to risk a move, risk a potential collision of the two when the pressure is this high? I would actually say maybe not.
No, I'd agree with you on that one, Nicole. I think he will sit behind, follow Burnett through, not have to think about, okay, I'll try and go for that overtake, because we've seen how risky it can be in the senior category. Someone who's not taking any risk whatsoever is Ramicus, who's in the lead of that race. He is still clear by 1.6 seconds from this second place battle. And of course, what they don't want to risk is bringing in the likes of Boris Leisen, Prodere and Cochet, who are just behind them. They are not that far behind. They're in the same camera shot. There they are. So any more of those changes back and forth, and they might find themselves fighting with 5 karts, and then they're losing out on way more positions.
Yeah, exactly. There's a
overtake.
Replay then of Jensen Burnett on Pradier. That was the moment I think Burnett just collected things back together, found that momentum again, and has allowed him to catch up to the likes of Drummond, who now looks like he's backed off slightly, maybe just deciding, I don't need to risk going into the back of him or having any issues.
We've got yellow flags out on the circuit, and we have lost a couple of drivers. Oliver Rasmussen and Jensen Bralick are out of this race, and there you can see them walking to the marshal hut, and they're not happy with each other. Keep it civil, boys, keep it civil. The marshals there will keep them in check, but you do not want that, and the marshals will tell them to get into a safe spot, but calm it down. It is racing, it is feisty, but you want to keep it civil as much as you can. Fortunately for them, I think that will not be them making it into the final. We are...
into the finals later on, but a bit of a Sunday drive for him within this race then, similar to what we saw of Noah Baglin in the first heat, the super heat of our day. He's out there, he's in the front, he's just focusing on where he's braking, where he is putting those steering inputs into,
because he's not got any cuts around him to really think of. He will head into and out of turn number 17 as the race leader, and will meet the checkered flag to take a super heat win here at Campillos, the first round of the European Championships. Thibaut then will be delighted with that, I know, but I know that he'll go back to the VDK awning after this super heat, still continue to look at data, still continue to talk to his coaches to see where he can go even faster. And of course, when we go into the finals, they'll have fresh boots on, they'll go new tyre, so going into the later racing, there's more to talk, there's more for these drivers to find, more pace, and of course, with the likes of the drivers in our first super heat, the competition will be higher.
Yep, certainly so. Well, these drivers will make it way back to Parc Ferme. Of course, this race isn't over until they are through all of the technical checks, nose cones, of course, as the weighbridge, and then, of course, scrutineering before their finals later on today. But that is all she wrote, and there's a look at the final intermediate classifications then. Of course, that is still all provisional as well. Ramicus leading it, 309 points then from Anagnostiaris and Dries van Langendonk. Drummond, those four will secure the front rows of the grid. There's a look at your full race results in this one. Ramicus, Burnett, Drummond from Leisen, Prodere from Cochet, Martinez, Mikalev, Kinmark, Francis, Pedersen, the top 11. Then it's Zach Green from Hugenmatti, Bolawet with 10 places gained from Aston Sharp's 10 places, 14th and 15th for them. They're keeping their fingers crossed to see if they make it into that final. Marco Gaskin, Clovis Nougarade, Maximin Rafalik, Zhao Zijun from Alpac Soy, Sebastian Minz with 11 places gained, did a brilliant job, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get into that final, finishing 21st place. Vilmos Svan and Oscar Gallin also in the same boat, 13 places gained for Gallin, finishing in P23. It's good. I don't think enough, though, from Vladimir Vanikov. Bernardo Benoldi from Makar Savalev, Staunardo from Seneminir. Kasper Henriksen and Sky Parker ran up to 30 finishes in that race. The retirements, Rasmussen, Bralek, Krutilov, Koivisto, Cooklane, and the non-starter of Karel Fairhand, unfortunately, from that race. There, though, Thibaut Ramekers has done enough to start on pole position for the final later on today, and he secures 25 championship points. The first round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Nicole, how did this all transpire? The start of that race, I think, was relatively calm. Not too much drama for the front runners here, with Ramekers breaking away pretty comfortably at the front.
Yeah, exactly that, and I completely agree. Our front runners just had a nice, calm run up the hill then. Thibaut obviously led it lights to flag. Once he got into that racing line, there was no stopping him. Jensen Burnett was probably the driver that was on the most charging round the most, made some moves through turn number 12 and crucially overtook Thomas Pradier to get himself into 4th and then get himself into 2nd in front of Zach Drummond. We had Boris Lysen then within this grid trying to make some moves up. He did that indeed because he went up by 4 positions. We had this moment coming out of the corner then where we lost Emili Koivisto, the driver in the MP car, and that caught out the likes of, I believe it was it Ivanikov? Or
possibly
it was
so.
Vladimir Ivanikov in the Birol then. Jensen Burnett wasted no time through turn number 17 to overtake on Thomas Pradier, and Pradier lost 3 positions within that race. He just couldn't quite get things back together once that had happened. This was the moment Lev Krutilov decided to retire from the race. A shame for him after a really strong weekend. Jensen Burnett then went in on Zach Drummond for that 2nd position, and that did mean that he will be in the intermediate classification in 5th. We had this moment between 2 of the drivers, had a lot to say to each other after the retirements on the side of the track. I don't think those 2 will be on each other's Christmas card list, but it's not something that we want to see ever from these drivers, but tensions are high, adrenaline is high.
And it'll certainly increase a little bit later on because after quite a substantial break, we'll be back with the finals. OK Junior Final. That race will be starting at 1:20, but set your alarms for around 1 o'clock because that's when we'll be back for the driver parades and all of that good stuff ahead of the medal ceremony as well from that final. The same for the senior final. That's at 2:30, and those podiums will be taking place directly after those finals as well. So we will see you in around about 2 hours' time. Do not go anywhere. We will see you for the first finals of 2025 for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Perched above the stunning Mediterranean Sea sits the beautiful city of Malaga. Just beyond the golden beaches and the towering Santa Iglesia Cathedral, the roads wind through breathtaking landscapes from the rugged Ronda Cliffs to the sun-soaked coastline of the mesmerizing Castillo. But this weekend, the action shifts away from Malaga to the fast and technical Campillos Kart Centre for round one of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Year of opening 2005. Event record set in time, qualifying earlier this weekend with a 1 minute .039 set by Chiara Batig. Not since 25 plus years have we had a female on pole position in an FIA European direct drive class. The track itself, though, absolutely superb circuit at 2,000 feet elevation. It has a 200-meter start-finish straight, 175-meter back straight. Total track length 1.5 kilometers, 8 meters wide, and 15 meters of elevation all the way up to the top of the circuit at turn number 8, all the way to the bottom of the circuit down at turn number 16. And that brings me on to those turns. 18 of them in total, 13 to the right, 6 to the left. And that does include the 4 hairpins out on track. Each and every one of those 18 corners provide their own unique overtaking opportunities, but the main ones that we see it are at turn 6, turn 12, 15, 16, and turn 17. But like we were saying, we have seen overtakes in towards turn 1, turns 2 and 3, in towards turn 7 and 8 as well out on track. So there's plenty of places to get those moves done. Top speed, however, there's only 2 places you can get that done. That'll be down into the braking zone at turn number 1 and also down in towards turn number 16. Top speed of 126 kilometers an hour. And you're thinking, Anthony, that's not that fast for an OK kart. But it's the average speed that's the dizzying one. 95 kilometers an hour around the lap. It is a fast flowing roller coaster of a circuit ready for our drivers. We have had a smattering of qualifying heats over the course of the weekend. We have had these super heats that were out on track not only a few hours ago, and now we'll be heading in to what is going to be 2 very frantic finals. Nicole Sutherland and myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box. Nicole, we have had a very busy demanding day for the drivers. We've had drama out on track in the seniors. We've had drama in the juniors, but it all falls down to these last 2 races.
Absolutely does. This is the moment then for our OKJs and our OKs. This is the moment then that these drivers could be taking that first European Championship round trophies home. You know, I couldn't even bet on either class, those drivers, that it's going to be, because there are so many that are capable. Of course, our first race for the finals is going to be our junior class, and you've got so much talent within the field, not just in your front rows, not just in your top 10, but throughout the entire field then of 30, how many have we got on the track? 36 karts. So 36 karts as well. That's more than we've seen on the circuit at one time throughout this whole weekend. So expect drama, expect it to be busy. OK Junior final then on your screen. You can see it's going to be 16 laps, 25.5 kilometers, long races around a circuit that is a very long lap.
Indeed, yeah, just shy of 1.6 kilometers. And there you can see on your screen the drivers who will be in this final. 36 of the world's finest pilots from around the world ready to go for their final. And there you can see Renaud Didier of the FIA just trying to manage that grid of 30 young junior drivers. I've got to say, I'm glad I'm in the commentary box and not down there trying to organise that lot. The spectator areas, they are starting to fill up pretty nicely. There's the cafe right at the top of the hill here at Campillos. Campillos. I've got to say, they do a fantastic breakfast in the morning. I recommend it. And then also the brand new grandstands here for 2025. There they are. They're starting to slowly fill up as well, ready ahead of this final. And that's not including as well the cheeky little access road some people have found on the other side of the circuit. They've parked their cars on it and they're sitting on the roofs of them, getting ready to watch what is set to be an enthralling 16-lap final. Drivers now making their way out onto the circuit, and this is that 10th time, but as you can see from these drivers, smiles on their face, Nicole, and they seem pretty happy with their achievement that they've done so far this weekend.
I think all of these drivers out there, of course, there's going to be a few nerves, but they're excited. You can see Noah Baglin there on your screen, who will be starting from pole position. He looks unfazed, smile on his face as he marches down the track then, alongside his Prema teammate of Dean Hugentorn. But like we said, all of these drivers are going to be ready, exciting and raring to go.
They certainly will be. And let's take you through that full starting lineup for this race. It will be the Prema 1-2 at the front row. Noah Baglin and Dean Hugentorn on that front row. Bosco Arias and Iskender Sulfakari go from row 2. The pole sitter from qualifying, starting this one from the second row of the grid. Henry Domain and William Kalesia round out row 3. Devon Walls of the USA and Luke Tal of the Netherlands go from row 4. They'll have the likes of Evan Purcell and Endo Arata of Japan on row number 5, and rounding out the top 10, Lucas Sells and Gustavo da Silva go from row number 6. Benjamin Magnac and Will Green. Good to see he has made it into this final after his crash yesterday, but he started on the 7th row of the grid alongside Ilya Christian and Giacomo Justo on row number 8. Nikita Lubomov and Ludovico Mazzola round out row number 9.
It's Great Britain and the USA then on row number 10 with Jesse Phillips and Turner Brown. Going from 11, we have Italy and Belgium with Antonia Pizzonia and Priam Bruno. From 12, we have Mariano Lopez and Andrea Mani. And going from 13 is Juan Mateo Russo with Mark Pilipenko. Going from 14 then, and desperate to make up some positions to get themselves up the order, is going to be Julian Frasnelli and Casper Reipold. Starting from 15, we'll have America's Michael McGoy with the only CRG driver on this grid of Daniel Miron. Going from 16, and on the same side as his brother, Devon Waltz, we have Drew Waltz and Valerio Villapiana. Starting from 17 is Alessandro Truchot with Oliver Warner, and running out your grid for the first OKJ final of the 2025 European Championship, we have Asher Ostein and Lucas Bonholm.
Great showing from Team USA this weekend. 6 of their drivers from the USA have made it into this final, so curious to see how they can do. The field is lined up then, ready to go for this one, but of course not over just yet. It is a tight moment, but of course when we go to every single country, we always like to announce the country that we're in. Of course, we're in Spain, so do pray silence. If you are able to stand, please do, for the national anthem of Spain. Well, there you have it. Your finalists for the first round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships are there, ready to go for their racing. This is a tense moment for them now, but they can relax just a little bit as the medal ceremony begins. And flying in the sky as well, just in the background I did see, there it is, hopefully avoids all the wind turbines that are around in the area. But the paramotor here joining us at the Campillos circuit to just grace the skies above the drivers here ahead of the first round here in the country of Spain, the fabulous circuit of Campillos in the south of Spain. Hosting not since 2021 when the FIA World Championships came to the circuit. There is the CIK FIA Vice President John Ryan there to present some of the medals. He is joined by Matteo Calda, the Managing Director of MondoKart.com, also out there. A smattering of other officials and personalities that are out there. Isabella Sanchez Fernandez is out there. Ignacio Avignon as well, as also Manuel Alfonso, also the president of the Andalusian Automobile Federation, joining us on the circuits this weekend, ahead to present the medals to your finalists who will be heading out on the circuit. And I've got to say, for a lot of these drivers, it has been a pretty challenging weekend. The start of this weekend plagued with rain. There was drama at the start of it where the track was borderline flooded in some areas, but was brought back to life. The track cleared, the marshals doing a brilliant job, and the drivers, of course, keeping their heads down and focusing through that rain as it started to dry up and get cleared away as well. So plenty to see. Here's some of the drivers that you can see. There's Henry Domain getting his medal. William Kalijah of Australia receiving his one. Iskender Sulfakari out there as well. Those two will be starting line astern for each other. That's the pole sitter from time qualifying. The driver from Turkey certainly delivering a good one, and he will start just behind Dean Hugendorn, who will be on the front row, alongside his Prema teammate Noah Baglin, who at the end of this weekend has put himself in the lead of the championship standings. 50 championship points to his name ahead of this final. Of course, 50 championship points up for grabs for the final as well, and that will go on all the way throughout the rest of this season. Of course, when we head to Portimao for the second round of the championship. Then we head to Viterbo in Italy. Then we head to the likes of Rudby in Denmark for the rounds. And then, of course, we head to the likes of Kristianstad for this year's World Championship. And we very much look forward to see what will happen at the end of the season. But eyes on this one here, the first round here in Campillos in Spain. And it's moments away from getting started. The drivers now heading to the karts. It is now getting close to that time as the track will be cleared as much as possible. We'll be chatting to some of the drivers down there. Nicole Sutherland is primed and ready on the grid to chat to one or two of the pilots, and I can imagine there's some words to be said, because for these drivers to get there, they've had a lot of work to do that. Like you say, with Hugendorn, certainly had to battle through the likes of the races, had some good results, didn't take a qualifying heat win over the course of yesterday racing, but certainly came strong in the superheat earlier on. There is a look at your current driver championship standings. It is Noah Baglin for the United Kingdom who leads that for the Prema Racing team, the Ferrari-backed driver with 50 championship points to his name. Bosco Arias in second from Iskender Sulfakari, Dean Hugendorn and Henry Domain. William Kalijah, Devon Waltz, Lucas Sells, Luke Tal and Evan Purcell round out the top 10 in the current standings, but still very, very close, of course, as we head into this final. Like we say, 50 championship points up for grabs for your race winner at the end of this one, plus, of course, one extra point for the fastest lap of the race. So if you are in the lead of those championship standings, you could come away with a staggering 101 championship points. But that is yet to be seen. All these drivers, of course, now fitted on brand new Maxxis Racing tyres ahead of this race. As they get themselves sorted out, there is no having to look after them. It's just straight to the end of this one. But we have to remember, it is their longest race of the weekend as they get themselves primed and ready for this. Helmets not on just yet. Drivers sitting by the karts, and I'm sure will be heading down there very, very soon. Many of the world's media's there, down there as well, getting the pictures of the drivers ahead of what is going to be the first round of the 2025 season here for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Tense moments have been had throughout this weekend. But like we say, it all boils down to this one here, this final 16 laps, and we look forward to seeing what they can do. Drivers who have just made it into this final, and starting right at the back of this one, you do see Lucas Bonhomme and Asher Osteen, the American, and this one also just making it through. But let's have a closer look at the actual class itself. OK Junior, this is for drivers aged between 12 and 14 years of age. 89 entries from 33 different nationalities from around the world. A great showing for the first round of this year's 2025 season. The karts themselves, though, pretty technical out there, but they are the 125cc power unit, and you've got drivers there on the TM prepared, you've got them on the IAMI prepared, you've also got them on the Vortex prepared engines. They output around 29 horsepower for the juniors, and total weight, including driver, you've got 140 kilos. Any gram underneath that at the end of the race, and you're instantly disqualified from the session, so you've got to be careful. Tyres, they are using the Option tyre this weekend for the Maxxis brand, and they've had to use both of them over this one. They've been using the MWs in the rainy conditions. They've been using the MAO class as well. But for now, they've got the brand new set for the final. There is no 6 tyre allocation. That's all done and dusted. They use them through qualifying, the qualifying heats, and the super heats that they had earlier on, but now it's into the finals and that brand new set. Another look there at the cafe area and the grandstands. You can see the fans are filling in the seats as we head down to the grid. Nicole Sutherland is down there. Take us through. Who have we got down there?
Well, we've got, first of all, then Noah Baglin, who is going to be your pole sitter heading into this first OKJ final of the year. Noah sat here alongside his Prema teammates, the Williams driver Idun Hugendorn. But Noah, of course, for this year is a Ferrari driver, the young gun. He's got a lot of potential, and we're going to hear what he's got to say about this race that they're about to head into shortly. Noah, I know that you're a confident driver. I know that you're going to be out there and you're going to give it everything that you've got. You're starting alongside your teammate. Is there any team games that will go into this, or is it just you by yourself?
I mean, we've got no friends when we're out there, but hopefully I can pull away at the start and just get away, so there'll be a fight at the back, and just hopefully have an easy drive, and I don't know, we'll see what we can do from there.
And this is a packed grid. There's so much talent behind you. You've got Bosco Arias in the RFM, Spanish driver on a Spanish track. You've got the likes of Kalija and Iskender Sulfakari behind you as well. Tell me about that race start then. Is that something that's really important in such a big race like this?
Yeah, the start is a huge thing in this race, and hopefully I can get away at the start, because hopefully Bosco doesn't tail us into turn 1, and hopefully Dean tucks in, but we can see what we can do.
See what you can do indeed then, Noah. Good luck for this race. We'll see how you get on. We'll head over to Dean Hugendorn, who is Noah's teammate then. He'll be starting alongside him. We've seen those two drivers have a little bit of drama between them throughout this weekend so far in the earlier heats, but they did calm down when it came to the moments that counted. Dean, like Noah, you're a confident driver. I know that you're confident in your ability. Going into this race, how are you feeling? What's your mindset?
Yes, we saw the superheat, so the pace is definitely there, and yeah, we can see what we can do.
And now it's different from the superheats where you had a mix of new and old tyres. Everybody within this grid is on new boots. There's no tyre advantage necessarily. How do you deal with that as a driver?
Of course, yeah, everyone's pretty fast here, so will be a hard final, and we'll see.
See how you get on then, Dean. Good luck to you. Starting behind Dean is Iskender Sulfakari, who pulled it over all earlier on in this weekend. Iskender has had a round of heat wins, did have a DNF yesterday in the last heat going through the downhill section, but he's still here at the sharp end of the field. Iskender, you've had a great weekend so far. You've had a great opening round to the first round of the European Championship. So is Forza. You know, you're up here on the second row. You've got your two teammates, Henry and William Kalija, behind you. Any team games within this race, or are you just thinking about yourself?
Not really myself, or we're also really strong with the team. Got many teammates behind. They're really strong with me. I'm sure they will go at me as well.
And back in the Forza tent then, Iskender, what's been said to you? You've got Jamie Caroline as the leader of your team. What have your coaches and the team bosses said to make you as fast as you are?
I can't say that.
Secret?
Yeah.
Can you tell me after the race?
Results.
Well, hopefully we'll see you in that top 3 because I'm interested to see what those secrets are, Iskender. Good luck. We'll head back. We'll keep going back down the order then. We've got William Kalisha sat on the rear end of his kart. Looks calm, looks unfazed, as does Henry Domain, who is just across from him. William, you look quick, you look settled, you look confident. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much. So yesterday we had a bit of a... we went backwards a little bit after a DNF, but I just made sure I stayed forward, and then we got a decent result in the pre-final, and just hope that we can get a decent result for the final, get some decent points for the championship. So I just hope for the best.
Absolutely, and good luck, William. Excited to see how you get on. We've got another Kart Republic driver over here. This is one of the Waltz brothers, Devon. Devon, good week worth of racing for you so far. For the 2025 season, you've jumped over to Kart Republic. You were previously with Forza, I believe. So was your brother Drew, who's starting just a bit further down the order. Going into this race, the confidence level's high?
Yes, right now it's really high, but we still have to stay calm because it's a long race, and don't want to wear out the tires on the first 5 laps. So hopefully we can manage to get up high and then go from there.
So like you said, it's a long race and tyre management goes into it, but do you think there's going to be certain parts of this race that are a little bit busier than others, or do you think it's going to be battles throughout?
I felt like maybe the first couple laps is going to be battles, but then it may calm down a bit because it's hard to pass people when you catch them. So it may be busy, but may not. It's a final, so.
Well, we'll see how you get on then, Devon. Best of luck to you. I do think we've got a little bit more time for this track walk. Potentially not. I think the 3-minute board is about to go out, but as you can see behind me, we've got another Kart Republic driver. This is Will Green of Great Britain. Will Green is another Williams driver. He's a Williams driver just like Dean Hugendorn up at the front, part of the Infinity management team under the guidance of Gary Catt, who is an FIA European champion. But that is it from this grid walk. That is it from Will Green. The boards are out. We're going to clear the track because we're about to go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the track. And yes, as you can see, 3-minute board up in the sky there, ready ahead of this first final. And yeah, got to say, some strong words there from some of the drivers ahead of this one. But again, it's just a case, it's a long old race, this. It's 16 laps, the longest they've done ahead of this weekend as the grid starts to get cleared. Mechanics, of course, will have to stay there. These karts will need to be assisted to get fired up at the start of this race. But for the media and everything, they'll have to make sure they are off the track so they don't get run over. The start of this race, of course, it's a tense moment for the drivers, getting those temperature into the tyres. They will have to scrub these tyres a little bit. They will still have the release agent on the surface of the tyre. They will need to warm those up, scrub those off a little bit ahead of this 16-lap final. But again, as long as they can get that one sorted out, all should be fine. But like you say, it's a very tense time out there. Weather right now still looking pretty calm. There's some clouds in the sky. The blue sky is still out there. The sun is still shining. And as I've said that, Noah's just had a look up in the sky just to make sure it is all good. Definitely around. I can confirm it's all good, Noah, don't worry. But it is a lot cooler out there today than what we've seen in previous racing. 14 degrees, it says on my screen. There is our FIA race director ahead of this race, Nigel Edwards, on the start gantry, ready to start this race, and he'll be joined, of course, by Pasquale Lupoli, who'll be out there on the circuit, joined by Noelle Franco and Gonzalo Planta out there as well, the clerk of the course and the judge of fact out on circuit. They'll be in constant communication with the race control team as well. Behind the scenes, Chris Lambretton there, joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester, and they'll be in constant communication, of course, with all of the track marshals as well, watching the 40 CCTV cameras on track, plus the broadcast cameras, plus cameras in Parc Fermé as well, so you can't get away from anything. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Nicole, How is the weather out there ahead of this final? It looks like a lovely spring's day.
Absolutely is. It's quite warm out there now, actually. Previously in this weekend, needed a jacket, but now just got short shirts on out there. It's nice. It's nice and warm.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. And I'm curious to see if we've got any mechanics with shorts on. Yes, of course we do. There's always a mechanic with a pair of shorts on. It's the Euro look. You have to. It's the law, effectively, in terms of karting. But we are ready to rock and roll. Engines are fired up here, Nicole, as the grid heads off for their formation laps. It is final time for the first time in 2025 for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, live here from Campillos. Welcome one and all if you're watching from around the world. Get your comments in if you can, and get your social media tags in as well if you want. Tell us where you're watching from, and we'll try and shout you out as best as we can. There is Gonzalo Planta, the judge of facts, making his way to his starting position for this race to make sure the starts of the races go well for Nigel to receive them. Well, there on your screen, it's jumped up apparently from 14 on my timing screen suddenly to 17. I don't think it made that jump in the last 30 seconds. I think my timing screen just hadn't updated yet. 17 degrees out there it is, so that's probably why it's a little bit warmer than what I thought it would have been. But for these drivers, it's just a case of get these karts to the end now and see what you can do. You're not going to win the championship at the end of this race, but you certainly could lead it going into round 2 in Portimao. There is Pasquale Lupoli, the FIA Deputy Race Director here. He is in his crow's nest out there on circuit, watching over the field of 36 drivers ahead of this race. And for you, Nicole, as a driver, you've raced in finals, you've raced in this sort of situation. You know what it's like. Is it a tense moment, or are you calm? Are you ready?
I think it depends where you are on the grid. If you're kind of in that mid-pack position where you're thinking about overtaking, you've almost got a little bit less pressure. I think the pressure is going to be on mostly for our front two, the likes of Baglin, the likes of Dean Hoogendoorn, because they're the ones that are going to lead the way. They're the ones who all eyes are going to be on when they first go under the start-finish gantry to see Nigel Edwards and to meet that green light.
Indeed. Well, we are moments away from starting this, and yeah, you can imagine for, like you say, for you drivers, you think, you know, you're nice and calm, you're nice and focused, you don't need to worry about too much throughout anything, but for these drivers here, I've got a feeling they'd be a little bit more tense than what we think. A lot
it's
of them
a European round.
It's a European round. A lot of them say they stay cool, calm and collected, but that's what I would do if I was a driver on that grid. I was starting a pole position to say, yeah, I'm absolutely fine. Put the helmet on. I'm terrified. Right, let's see what happens. We go on board there with Japan's Endo Arata, who starts this one a little further down in the grid. He starts it on the 5th row of the grid in P10. But let's see, he's looking back there at Gustavo da Silva of Portugal, who is right on that rear bumper as they head round into the final sector then. For the first time in 2025, we're not going to be racing. That's going to be a false start, and that was a very eager front line. Tactical maybe, wanting to get a bit more temp in them tyres.
Well, obviously they're on new tyres, so they've not just got to put the temperature in, they've got to scrub off that sheen that is going to be over the top of them after they've come out of the factory. You know, you've got that layer of shiny rubber that these drivers are going to be working hard to try and scrub off before they get that heat, before they get that rubber up to temperature, so that they can go into that first corner with a lot of grip out there and they can really make the best of the Maxxis that they've got bolted onto these karts.
Certainly can. A lot of the juniors from last year, they've made the jump up into the seniors then. A lot of the former world champions, a lot of the European champions as well, they've stepped it up. But drivers that you've got in this one, Eli Christian from Canada, 11th in the World Championship last year, 10th in the European Championship last year in the junior category. This will be the second season and really showcasing what you've got. Bosco Annis as well, 8th in the European last year. Noah Baglin, 7th in the European Championship last year. And then you've also got the likes of Iskander Sorfakari, who came 10th in the world last year as well at the PF International Circuit. But 2025, brand new season. And with all the drivers who were fighting right up at the front last year who progressed into seniors, now it leaves the door wide open to some of the rookies from last year who are now in their second season, ready to go racing in 2025. Here we go then into the tram lines. Are we racing, Nicole? I don't think we are. It's another false start. They will go round again. They are just being that little bit too eager on that power.
Nigel Edwards, then race director, who's got that bird's eye view of these drivers as they head into the tram lines, just isn't happy with the formation that they were in, wasn't happy with the pace that they were coming out of turn number 18. Baglin and Hoogendoorn just need to slow it up and get each other, you know, keep each other honest, but bunch everything up a little bit more. Have you spotted something, Anthony Jordan?
I have indeed. A red flag has come out. They are stopping the drivers. 2 false starts is no bueno in a final, especially at this level of racing. And Nigel Edwards, our race director, is going to head down there and have a chat with some of the drivers. So this is going to delay the start of this race. And that means, of course, that all those mechanics that have already just done their job of push starting these karts have now got to come down those stairs, back onto the grid, and do it all over again. Yeah, this is not what you want to see. Now, it's all down to that acceleration. Nigel is down there with his clipboard. That's certainly something I wouldn't want to see if I was a driver who's about to get told off. But you'll have Gonzalo Planta will be down there as well. I'm sure Pasquale Lupoli is probably going to stay in his crow's nest. He doesn't want any part of this. He'll stay up there for the part. But yeah, these drivers are going to be stopped. There is Ross Upton, the chief pre-grid officer. He is now going to stop the drivers. Their engines will still, they'll lift the compression valve. Yeah, which is effectively, I've described it as, well, I see it as kind of like a clutch. It doesn't work as a clutch in any way, shape or form, I'll stress that. But it helps slow the kart down controlledly, and then obviously it helps you pull away as well when you lift it up. So that's how I just see it. Right, Nigel Edwards is chatting with Baglin. Baglin's disputing it already, and just thinking, what's the crack? I wonder if we could listen in.
One more chance, or else you're off to the steward. You'll be under investigation, and that's.
I don't have the mic.
Okay, so be sensible this time. Have you got it? Yes.
Right. So Baglin getting a telling off there and saying,
chance,
yeah, one more chance. Otherwise, you'll be heading to the stewards there. So that is one of those things. You can't accelerate too early. You've got to come around that final corner nice and steady. You've got to get in the tram lines first. There is the yellow line on the circuit. That yellow line is the acceleration line. Now, that is not where you have to accelerate, but that is a guideline of where you should roughly be before you start hitting the loud pedal.
You shouldn't be accelerating before that.
Yeah, effectively. So, and he's accelerating before they get round the final corner. And then, of course, in doing that, the other half of the grid, they've got still the hairpin of turn 17 to do, also turn 18 to do before they can put the power down. So effectively, it's a smart thing what he's trying to do here, because he's trying to break away from the rest of the field. But it's not the correct thing that he's doing. And already, it's coming up on my screen that the number 202, Noah Baglin, is under investigation for the starts of these races. He's got to be patient on that power, Nicole. It's just one of those things. You've got to wait until you're in the tram lines.
Yeah, I'm sure mechanic Danny is probably sat there with Noah just saying, calm it down, be a little bit more patient because you're going to go round again. And like Nigel said, you've got one opportunity now to get this right.
And that sort of situation, does that play in the mind of a driver now, knowing that frustration now that's kicking in at the start of a race, does that play on your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all drivers need to just pull themselves together because you're going to have that kind of fluctuation of an adrenaline. 1 minute you're going, then you're not, then you're going again. So for all of these karts on the circuit, all 36 of them, they've just got to keep, you know, focused, laser beam eyes onto the driver in front of you, pull it back together, keep your concentration levels.
Exactly. Basically, eye on the ball and eyes on the prize as well. We'll have to wait and see what's happening. Now, we've got about 1 minute until this race is going to be sorted out, of course. This brings in a new thing for them, and we've got around one more formation lap. So they're literally going to start the engines, they'll go round the track, and then by the time they come back round, we're going. There's going to be no waiting around, of course, because they've had a couple of laps now to get the release agent off the tyres. They have done that. They've obviously used a couple of laps of fuel now, getting everything ready. The fuel will be lower, so this is where you start to get into that risk of maybe going under the 140 kilo minimum weight that a driver in kart should be at. But mechanics usually prepare for that. They'll chuck in, make sure like they've got an extra 5 laps or so in the tank.
I'd say when it comes to the junior drivers, because a lot of them are so young and quite small, that kind of risk of running too low on the weight isn't so much of an issue, because a lot of them are carrying quite a lot of extra weight there on the seats and on the chassis. So I wouldn't say for a junior class it would be too detrimental. Probably something you see a little bit more of seniors, where seniors would start to panic about it slightly.
Yeah, a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. So that brings a little bit of a weight then for the crowds watching at the circuit, but understandable call there from the FIA and our race director there, Nigel Edwards, just to stop them and nip that one in the bud before they would go around again, because he was thinking it was just way too fast on that acceleration. So a little bit of a wait then for the drivers, but then it's the same drama for the drivers behind as well, not just the front of the grid, because they all need to get themselves reset and recuperated, ready ahead of this final, which I think is about to once again get underway once more. As the field gets restarted. Now, this is where it gets tricky. Once you've already started these karts and they've done a bit of a warm-up session, when they stop and you try to restart them again, sometimes some of them don't go. Is that going to be the case this time around? There's a couple of karts going a bit slow, but it looks like all of them have got fired up, which is good to see. So we have still got the full grid of 36 karts. However, one of them, Nicole, is under investigation. In fact, tell a lie. In fact, no, it's one driver under investigation. It's just 3 investigation flags that have come out, all for the 202. So I guess that's for each and every start on that one. So there we go. We'll have to wait and see. Right, these drivers make their way around. Reset. Get your mind back into the game of 16 laps that are about to be undertaken here. And again, we were saying it was tense before. I think it's a little bit more tense now, because they have to go on this first lap.
Absolutely is. Watch Noah Baglin then just scrubbing those tyres to get them back up to temperature, because obviously they were sat there on the circuit between the tram lines for a couple of minutes, so that tyre temp would have dropped slightly. Here he comes then, Noah, looking over his shoulder just to see where his Prema teammate is lined up next to him. But we can already see he's brought this big group of karts round much, much slower as they head out of turn number 16.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Hopefully, third time's a charm. We're going racing here, Nicole. He's backed them right up now, nice and slow, but you've got to keep this pace around the final corner. You have to keep it steady. He have gone a little early, but they're into the tram lines. It's looking good. We are racing for the first time in 2025. It's final time, and Baglin loses the lead immediately. Bosco Arias sends it down the inside, and there's carnage in the background. 4 karts off the circuit, but they still race at the front. But it is not Bosco Arias in the lead anymore. It is Baglin back down the inside. He has retaken the lead and has already started to streak away. The karts that are involved in the background as they go through, there is a smattering of them.
Is one of them. Casper Reipold for Fusion. He's out, the young Polish driver.
Antonio Pizzonia is one of them as well. You've also got Andrea Manni off the track as well. Gianmatteo Rousseau is also off the track. So they've all changed around. Baglin's in the lead. That's absolutely fine. Bosco Arias is there right now in second place. And you've got the Forza driver as well of, I think, that's Henry Domain, who's got up into third place. Not sure where Iskender Sulfakari's gone. I think he's gone a little further back in the order. But eyes will focus on the front runners here. And crucially, for the Prema Racing driver, he has not lost any momentum at all this weekend. On board now with Endo Arata of Japan as we watch him on the attack through this field. Gustavo da Silva all over his rear bumper as they go across the start-finish line. They have gained positions, but only one of them. They're up inside the top 10. Eyes on this one. It's all kicking off at the front as Domain is attacking Bosco Arias for P2.
Domain then was all over the back of Bosco as they were heading up through the first sector, and that's brought this group of karts for second, third, fourth and fifth all together. It's Hoogendoorn that has dropped down to 5th position. He started on the front row of our grid, but now he's gone down, and crucially, between all of this that's been going on, it's given Noah Baglin a little bit of breathing room as he looks over his shoulder to the group of karts behind. He knows that they're going to be fighting. They aren't fighting through turn number 12. They're just settled together, but they're fighting through turn number 13, and it's Iskender Zulfikari that's trying to fend off Dean Hoogendoorn. That's dropped them backwards from from Domain and Bosco Arias, and it's Domain tries to go up the inside of Arias into turn number 16, but Arias says no, he closes the door, and then that's brought another car into this battle. That's Luke Tau then that is on the back of Dean Hugendorn. So it's Noah Baglin from Bosco Arias, Henry Domain, Iskender Sulfakari, Dean Hugendorn, and then Luke Tau. The gap now that Noah Baglin has grabbed from the Spanish driver in the Ricky Flynn car, Bosco Arias, is 1.2 seconds. Baglin, he would have been under pressure for that start, but now he's not under pressure as much in the early stages. But drivers that are under pressure are Dean Hugendorn and Iskender Sulfakari, as Sulfakari promotes himself into third position. Andrea Mani is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He sets 1 minute 2.7 early on. We head into turn number 12 and we've got another position change. That's Dean Hugendorn wasting no time to go up the inside of Iskender Sulfakari, and that's given Henry Domain the opportunity to get himself into fourth position.
Indeed, that's been bad for Luke Tau, though. He's gone down to 7th place. So the battle for the last spot on the podium very much on lap number 3. But we'll keep an eye on this one as they head to the start-finish line once more. Baglin is trying his level best to break open a 5-second time gap, because you have to remember he is under investigation at the start of this race for those false starts. So Baglin leads by 1.5 seconds from Bosco Arias. Dean Hugendorn still there in 3rd place. Domain is trying to take that 3rd place away from him, though. The young Britain would like to be on the podium here at the first round of the FIA European Championships, but he's going to have to work very, very hard for that one, as Hugendorn now has seemed to have found his rhythm and has started to break away from the trio of karts behind, all of them being Forza Racing's Domain, Sulfakari and William Kalijah. The trio of Forzas in a little bit of a train right now, and they will have to be careful because Lucas L, who is behind at the moment in P10, has taken away that fastest lap of the board, and that gets gifted with an extra championship point. So they do need to be careful with that one. So Baglin leads the way. We go on board once again with Endo Arata of Japan. You can see his stats there in the bottom corner of your screen. Only up 1 place as he is battling away with Lucas Sells there, who is in P10. But Sells is taking the wider line. He's lining something up here for down the start finish straight. He's going to look for the move to the inside at turn 1. They are wheel to wheel. And are they going to change position? Of course they will. Down the inside, Lucas Sells makes his way up now inside the top 10 and sits in P number 9. Looking further back though, some big movers happening out there. Michael McGoy's on the charge, 11 places gained as these two victory lanes now go wheel to wheel as the two of them go side by side. Luke Tal and Lucas L are fighting out there pretty fiercely, but they seem to have organised themselves nicely now.
It's Bosco Arias that is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. We go back onto the onboard camera there. We can see the Tony Kart driver just trying to close up then through turn number 12. Does he get the run? Yes, he does. Look at that advantage that he gains when you get that corner right and you do not get that slide of the kart, slide of the tyres, and he gets the move done then. So that's Endo Arata being demoted down position. We'll go back to then to our two at the front, which are Noah Baglin and Bosco Arias, because Bosco Arias, he is catching only by fractions of tenths so far, but he is going to have his eyes on Noah Baglin, and don't count him out. Baglin, of course, started on 1st position. He's currently in 1st position, but Bosco Arias is chasing. Talking of chasing is William Kalijah, the young Australian driver. He's going to be gunning for his Forza teammate in ahead of him, which is Henry Domain in P4. Kalijah, currently your fastest driver out there on the circuit. We've got 3 Forza karts then within the top 6, because it's Domain in 4th, Kalijah in 5th, and Zulfakari in 6th.
Eli Christian down the inside at turn number 12 there, just to try and get through the order and getting past Luke Tau. That is for P9 as the Canadian is on the charge through. Eyes on this one though, that's going to be a big send down the inside. Nicely done there, and through goes Kalijah on Domain, and Kalijah says to Domain, okay, let's go, let's catch Hugendorn, who, as you can see, is breaking away, and they communicate with each other there. I think they're on the same page there, Nicole. So these two here could be quite formidable if Kalijah has the pace here. He allowed Domain to have the lead for the time being to see if he could do it, but they've dropped off the back of Hugendorn. Now it's Kalijah's turn to give it a go. Back on board with Endo Arata. He's still in his own race, and look who he's got behind right now. It's Will Green who's on the charge here. 2 places gained in this race. The driver who was involved in a incident yesterday right at the top of the hill at turn number 8. Was sent to the medical room, but he has been deemed okay and fit to race, and now is racing very fiercely in this one as he defends from the likes of Nikita Lyubimov right behind, but Lyubimov can't find the way through. Green's going to try and look down the inside there at turn 11. He's not going to find the way through, and he stays behind as they head down the hill. Little word of the hand there saying, right, okay, think about it, just be steady, just be careful, let's not work too hard here, but you can see how much they are working on those karts, how physical it is, clipping those curbs slightly through turns number 17, but eyes on them again down the start-finish straight. Here comes Green down the inside, here comes Lyubimov having to try to defend from the likes of Gustavo da Silva just behind as well. Ludovico Mazzola is there, and Evan Purcell has not had the final he would have wanted. He has dropped down 7 places and in P16. Hoogendoorn now with the fastest lap of the race is closing in on Arias, but Arias is closing in on Baglin. The gap still holds at 9/10 of a second, but the question still remains, is Kalijah and Domain, the Forza duo, closing in on Hoogendoorn?
I don't think they are just yet, because like you just said, Anthony Dean, Hoogendoorn is our fastest driver on the circuit. Bosco Arias then, he's 9/10 away from Noah Baglin, but Noah looking over his shoulder as he goes into sector number 3. He's going to be aware that Bosco is there. Bosco can see him, and Noah isn't far enough ahead of Bosco to not look behind and not see him. He is vulnerable within this race. They head under the start-finish gantry, and once again, Bosco Arias is slightly faster, but no, he isn't, because then Noah Baglin extends his lead there just by hundredths of seconds, clips the curb as they head through turn number 4 and round at turn number 5. It's still Baglin that looks settled. He's got the controlled lead of this race. Dean Hoogendoorn continues to go faster for the Prema Racing team. There on your screen then is the battle between 6th and 7th. It's Devin Waltz, the American driver, from Iskender Zulfikari, the Turkish driver. The gap between these two is 2/10 as they head through turn number 11. Is Iskender Zulfikari going to have a look into 12? Not quite yet. Surprising, because Iskender normally doesn't waste any time to make those overtakes happen, and we know that 12 is an overtaking hotspot for these drivers. Under investigation then is Benjamin Maniac, your only AKM driver within this grid. He did have a heat win earlier on in this weekend after some drama with Eli Christian and Iskender Zulfikari, who is on your screen. So Maniac there, having a good race to be fast, but he has lost position with this one. They go under start finish once again then. That gap between Noah Baglin and Bosco Arias hasn't decreased, so it's still Baglin that's looking the strongest within this race. We're still focusing then between the Kart Republic driver and the Esprit driver. Devin Waltz and Zulfikari, the battle is still on. Can Zulfikari find some pace as they head down the hill and towards number 11? It's not somewhere where we see overtaking hotspots, and he's too far back, but can he get the momentum? Just slides through turn number 10 and closes that gap, uses the circuit, uses the grip. Can he close him up through turn number 12? Not quite yet, but watch Iskender as they head into the 3rd sector, because we know he likes to get it done down there. Another warning investigation flag out there. Now this is for the 2-3-1 of Andrea Manning.
Yeah, indeed. Andrea Manning just a little further down in the field. Eyes will maintain on this battle, but I think they're in a state now where they're just trying to close in on the drivers in front. They know that time's running out in this race. We are now on to lap number 11 of 16, so time is very quickly running out. However, Noah Baglin at the front here, still in control. But remember, is under investigation from the start of this race. Here's back some of the action. Endo Arata still battling away, and that's the AKM car going down the inside. Indeed, it is Maniac trying to get that move down the inside, and I think has successfully done so. Now it's the first of the Fusion cars trying to get through. That's Mark Pilapenko trying to go down the inside, and I think he's successfully done that as well. So Endo Arata, who was having a good start at the beginning of this weekend, really gaining those positions in the qualifying heats, now in the final, is just starting to fade a little bit here, but is still going to be coming away with a pretty solid result, so I can imagine at the end of this race, still rocking around in P17. McGoy is still on a good charge here. Nicole is there in P15, sorry, 14 places gained. Zulfikari is right on the rear bumper now. If he's going to go for the move, it will be on this lap. He is there right behind Chrisen, but they are closing in on Waltz there. You can see Devon Waltz just a little further up the road. You may start to think that he's going to wait for Christen to go for the move, and if that doesn't work out, he'll try and get both of them in the same overtake. So it's probably a long waiting game that we're seeing here from Zulfikari. Championship, there you see it very briefly on your screen. Baglin has the lead of that one, of course. He's taken another 50 championship points if he wins this race, and that would put him up to a staggering 100 points. Bosco Arias would be second on 85. Hugendorn would be third with 73, from Kalijah with 62, joint with Domain. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one as they go over the line. Eyes on this one. Bosco Arias, Dean Hugendorn. This is second and third. The fight on the podium. Hugendorn is closing in on Arias here, Nicole, and this fight could go to the end because we're going on to lap 13 now. There is 3 laps to go.
Hugendorn then just suffered for a little bit of pace in the opening couple of laps of this race, but he's picked himself back up then as we headed through the second part of things. He's chasing Bosco Arias down there, and he just looks visibly faster as they head up the hill. Can Dean Hugendorn make a move on Bosco Arias, and then what would that do to the virtual championship? They head down the hill now, but look, I think they almost look visibly faster than Baglin now, because that gap by the eye just looks like it reduced, and it has reduced. It's now down to just over 0.8 of a second. But if Dean Hugendorn decides to overtake Bosco Arias soon, if he has the opportunity, what's that going to do to the likes of the gap between those two karts and Noah Baglin? Watch Dean Hugendorn then as they head through turn number 17 and 18. What's the reduction in the gap going to be as they go under the start-finish gantry, if any? We'll have a look. What is the sector times difference? Well, it's Hugendorn is just slightly faster than Bosco Arias then. It's just 0.5 of seconds.
Well, just looking there, Baglin down the start-finish line, he looked back and I don't know if he put a thumbs up or he did a hand gesture backwards. I'm not thinking if he's thinking what's going on, but there's something that's kicking off though further down.
That's Lubomov getting all involved.
Yeah, indeed, it is. And who's he getting involved with? That's the question. Is that Michael Begam, maybe Mark Polapenko or Purcell down there? Or is that Shell? So we'll keep a close eye on that battle that's kicking off. Daniel Miron has become the latest driver under investigation.
Whoa,
and are we going to see a change here for
goes.
second place? Yes, we are. Hugendorn down the inside. Wasted no time there and was thinking, right, Arias, you're not closing in fast enough for me. And he moves up into second place. So it's back to a Prema 1-2 now, followed by Ricky Flynn's Bosco Arias. But what can they do here? The gap is back up to a second now. I think they're not going to be able to catch up to Baglin. He checks over the shoulder, can see that they've switched, and now it's a case of who's going to finish third on the podium. Could it be Arias, or could it be William Kalijah? The Australian has closed right in.
That gap then of Baglin to Hugendorn was increased as Hugendorn overtook Bosco Arias. So Noah once again has a little bit of breathing room. He's going to be consistently looking over his shoulder just to see where his Prema teammate is compared to him. He's going to know Dean is too far away, so all Noah has got to focus on now is not making a mistake and bringing that Kart Republic kart home. Hugendorn then heads through turn number 12, and so does Bosco Arias and William Kalijah. William Kalijah looks quick through these sectors. He looks like he's on the charge to Bosco Arias. We've got our virtual championship back on the screen then. It's Noah Baglin, your race leader, that leads things by 100 points. Dean Hugendorn, who is in second, is on 79 points, tied with the driver in third, who is our Bosco Arias, the Spanish driver. William Kalijah, Henry Domain and Iskender Zulfikari, the Forza teammates, then take 4th, 5th and 6th within that virtual championship so far.
Yeah, indeed, but that will change, of course, as it goes on. Final lap board is out then, and it's all down to who can finish on that last spot of the podium. Baglin is clear by 1.1 seconds. Hugendorn is clear by 0.7 of a second. But Bosco Arias of Spain and William Kalijah of Australia are line astern for the last spot on the podium. Here we go then, down the infield straight in towards turn 12. He's going to go for it from a mile back, and Kalijah has got through on Bosco Arias in the background, and the Australian pips the last spot on the podium. He checks over the shoulder, and the Spaniard is nowhere to be seen, but he closes as close as he can in that final corner. But at the front is provisional because he's under investigation. But for round 1 of the FIA Europeans, it's Noah Baglin for the United Kingdom. He takes it across the line in spectacular fashion, and he'll head to Portimao as the championship leader, clear by more than 20 points from his teammate Hoogendoorn, who finishes in 2nd place. Baglin takes it, Hoogendoorn 2nd, Kalijah 3rd. But you have to remember, the young Ferrari driver, only recently announced, is under investigation from the start of that race. I have no idea if anything's coming from that, or if it was purely seen and thought, right, don't worry about it. We don't know. It's all provisional, of course, but as it stands, it is Baglin, and there he is. He is sorting everything out, and he is happy with that result, and you can see other drivers there just chatting with him as they head through. A brilliant end to the final, and what an end to the weekend. The young Briton certainly delivering some really strong results then at the end of this weekend, and a well-deserved drive there. A lights to flag finish in the final. A close fight for his teammate Dean Hoogendoorn, and for William Kalijah there, just finishing on the podium in 3rd place. Well, they will make their way back to Parc Fermé. Of course, the race not over yet. They have to get weighed. They have to go through technical checks. They have to check for nose cones and everything like that. But there's a look at your final classification then at the end of it. It's Baglin from Hoogendoorn, Kalijah 1, 2, 3. Bosco Arias just misses out on that podium and finishes in P4 ahead of Henry Domain. Eli Christian finishes in P6 ahead of Devin Waltz, Iskender Sulfakari, and Will Green from Lucas Els, who rounds out the top 10. Luke Tal finishes in P11 from Ludovico Mazzola. Gustavo da Silva finishes in P13 ahead of Michael McCoy, who gained 15 places in that race from the back of the field, finishes in P14. Evan Purcell and Benjamin Magnac finish in P16 ahead of Mark Pilapenko. Mariano Lopez from Nikita Lubomov. Daniel Miron rounds out the top 20, who gained 10 places. Endo Arata at the end of that one drops down to 21st place ahead of Brian Bruno. Lucas Bonhomme with 13 places gained finishes in 23rd ahead of Drew Waltz, and Giacomo Giusto in 25th place. Turner Brown, Jesse Phillips, Andrea Mani, Ash Osteen, Oliver Warner, Valerio Villapiana, Alessandro Truchot and Julian Fresnelli round out the 33 finishers. The retirements, Antonio Pizzonia, Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Casper Reipold at the start of that race. Unfortunately, all retiring. You can see them there in the background. But there is Noah Baglin, just again getting congratulated by some of his fellow drivers and fellow mechanics out there. But a brilliant drive for the young Briton, and can, well, stay easy for the time being, because this was the 3rd attempt at trying to start the race. The first 2, they were red flagged and stopped, and Baglin was told that it was under investigation. There, though, at the start of that race, retirements for Reipold, Rousseau and Pizzonia out at turn number 1, and a staggering 4 more drivers involved in that incident. However, at the front, there was a change to the lead. Bosco Arias got into the lead, but Baglin instantly fighting it back, and from that point onward went on to go for a lights to flag. Didn't have any more drama from behind. One driver who did have drama was the driver for Japan and Ward Racing, Endo Arata, who started very well in this race, gaining 2 or 3 places, but then later fading down the order and finishing in 21st place. Hoogendoorn back on the charge through the field, firstly getting past the likes of the Forza Racing drivers of Domain, Iskender Sulfakari, and the rest as well, but Kalijah did tag along for the ride, pushing his way through the order as well as they try to fight for 2nd and 3rd in the final. Overtakes did happen thick and fast throughout the field as well. You had the likes of Will Green making the good moves further down the order, Devin Walls as well of the USA making strong moves, Lucas Els, Luke Tal, they had a bit of an up and down race as well as they started scrapping for position. That was the communication between the 2 Forza drivers there going to work, Kalijah and Domain. they were on the same page, and they did manage to close in and go for a podium spot, and Campillos does sit on that one. Once again, on board looking backwards at Endo Arata at the start of that one, and just seeing how much it was being swamped there. Benjamin Magnac for the AKM team looking to the inside. Forceful moves, but you've got to get it done up the hill there. It's one of those tight, twisty sections. But for all the way throughout, some big drives from the drivers. There you can see some of the other drivers. It was one of the MP drivers just getting in the way there, having a good chat and congratulating your man Noah Baglin. But I believe he's out in the seniors next, that driver, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. More overtakes came throughout. As you can see, drivers going a little bit backwards at the end of that one. That was Giacomo Giusto, unfortunately, just suffering in the latter stage of that race. Just squeaking back. That was the change for Hoogendoorn into second place. That was the last lap overtake for third place. Bosco Arias of Spain just missing out. But across the line, Baglin, Noah Baglin of the United Kingdom secures a first final win of the 2025 season. 100 championship points to his name, but a question mark looms over it, as he is under investigation. We'll head down to Parc Fermé very shortly. Nicole Sutherland will be down there, and the podium presentation's taking place very soon. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. That will be coming up in the next minute or so do not go anywhere. Let's head down to Parc Fermé then. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Here I am then taking Noah Baglin, our race winner, to the podium. Noah, such a big win there. You met the start-finish gantry and the fireworks went off. You've done it. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I'm quite shocked, to be honest. It took so long, the final. It felt like forever, but yeah, luckily we could get the P1, what I've been wanting to do for a while, not ending the FIA season last season, not the best, but starting it in a very big high. So yeah, I'm happy for that.
Like you said then, you maybe didn't finish the FIA season last year the way you would have wanted, but you've definitely started this season on the right foot, on that top step. Tell me, Noah, the Kart Republic awning, the Prema awning, how excited are they going to be when you head over to the podium shortly?
Yeah, they'll be very excited, obviously, for the KR driver to be P1. It's an amazing feeling, obviously, to be here in Campillos and win the first round of the Europeans, and hopefully we can bring it on for the next 3 rounds of the Europeans.
And heading into the next rounds then, Noah, the next one will be Portugal. Going into that, between now and then, what's the prep going to look like? What are you going to do to ensure that when you go over to Portugal, you're going to be just as fast as you have been here in Spain?
Stay focused and just have the determination everywhere in the gym and everything on the testing there, and just hopefully bring our best there.
Well, we'll see you do your best then, Noah. Congratulations. We've got more time to talk to our other drivers who are on that 1, 2 and 3 spot, one of which is William Campillos. William, what an ambitious move towards the end of that race. You overtook Bosco Arias. It was brave, it was ambitious, it was fantastic. Can you tell me about it?
It was like the last lap. It was like the most important lap. I just tried finding a point where he wouldn't defend, and through the left hairpin, I'm not sure which corner, like the corner number, but on the left hairpin, the second sector, I just went for the move, made it stick, kind of made a gap, and then I was very happy afterwards. So I was able to get the podium, which is very nice.
And in the earlier stages of the race, you dropped back slightly, but you did a good job, to pull things back together and to get back up to the top 3. Can you tell me, in those moments where you were driving around and having to chase Bosco Arias, what were you saying to yourself?
Well, the first few laps, I was just making sure that I was just only going forward. I had to pass every time I could, trying to find those small gaps so I can make moves, make overtakes. And we're just doing it one by one. I knew it was a long race, so I had time to make some moves. And then once I'd gotten to P4 behind Hoogendoorn, that was the point of a race where I was just pushing as much as I could, trying to keep, but I was also keeping the tyres a bit cool. And then I had a feeling something would happen at the end, and that I would be able to get in the podium, so yeah.
Well, it's a 3rd position then, William. Well done. We've also got time to speak to our 2nd position driver, which is Dean Hoogendoorn. Prema driver, similar to Noah Baglin, so a great result for the Prema Kart Republic team. Dean, the stages in that race where you were chasing and trying to get yourself back into 2nd, what was it like?
Yeah, it was a hard final, of course, but the pace was definitely there, so Yeah, pretty confident for next race, of course, but sad I couldn't get the win at the start because yeah, they were all defending and I couldn't really get past. That's which made the gap between me and Noah, and no, but I got the confidence, so we see.
Well, you'll be on that second spot of the podium, which Anthony Jordan is about to introduce these drivers to.
A brilliant end to a very dramatic final right there at the end, but we are ready for our podiums. In third position, a huge round of applause for Forza Racing from Australia, William Kalija. In second position for Prema Racing and the Netherlands, it's Dean Hugendorn. And your race winner for Prema Racing and the United Kingdom, it's Noah Baglin. And please welcome onto the podium the winning team, Prema Racing. We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for your top three at the end of the OK Junior Final here in Campillos. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium, representing the president of the Association Automobile Federation, Manuel Alonso, to present the third place trophy to William Kalija. We'd now like to welcome Ignacio Avignon from the RFEDA Karting Commission to present the second place trophy to Dean Hugendorn. And please welcome John Ryan, the CIK FIA Vice President, to present the winner's trophy to Noah Baglin. And of course, not forgetting the team's trophy, please welcome Matteo Cauda, manager of Mondo Kart Racing, to present the team's trophy to Prema Racing. Well, drivers, hold those trophies nice and high up in the air. Nice big smiles at the end of round one of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. A brilliant final in the end. And then finally, would like to ask everyone to get nice and close when we please. Drivers on the top step of the podium, if you can. Try and get all bunched up for one big group photo at the end of this sunny final here, at the end of a very wet start to the weekend here in Campillos in the south of Spain. Well, nice big smiles once more for all of the world's photographers. And then, of course, we'll be heading into the final part of this podium, the bubbly part, and we'll bring Renault on with the bottles of champagne. And we might ask our personalities and dignitaries to maybe duck and cover at this point, because you do not want to get involved with this part. It's the last time this weekend we see the juniors, but in one final blow, we will start the bottles of champagne. Are you ready? Are you steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there you have it for the juniors. It's a brilliant end to their racing in the sunshine in southern Spain. We head to Portimao in Portugal for round 2. But until then, we have got one more final to go as the Prema drivers of Hugendorn and Baglin celebrate in style. One more race to go. It's time for the seniors.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Well, we've just witnessed a very exciting OK Junior final. It's now time for the OK Senior final to head out onto the circuit for their drivers' parade. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box. Nicole, that first race was an exciting one right to the end for that last podium spot. This race, however, I suspect might be just that little bit more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely, because in this one as well, Anthony, I think we've got a few drivers slightly out of position. We've got the likes of Craigie starting from 19th, Cam Yab starting from 22nd. So I think this is going to be busy, it's going to be exciting, it's going to be full on. It
certainly will be. The grandstand area is still filling up as a lot of them came down to the podium there for the drivers. They'll be making their way back, I'm sure, to their seated areas. Some people still holding firm, ready for the senior final. That'll be heading out on the track very, very soon. This race slightly longer, Nicole. 19 laps. It is a long old race for these drivers to get around this track.
Absolutely is. And when we just spoke to Noah Baglin as we were doing our walk to the podium, he said that was one of the longest races I've ever done. I think it's going to be very similar for some of these seniors. Long laps, long race. I think some of them, as much as they love racing, they're just going to be out there thinking, come on, when's this going to be over?
Yeah, indeed. It is a long old race on this one because you think the seniors earlier on in this weekend, they were doing 10 laps in their qualifying heats. It went up a little bit earlier today for the super heats. Now for the final, an extra 9 laps on top. They doubled the race distance effectively going into this final. It's going to feel like quite the endurance race, I want to say, even though it's a sprint, it's still going to feel like an endurance.
Yeah, of course. And these are long weekends. They have so many races. They have practice on a Thursday, Friday. You've got practices every morning. You've got time qualifying, all of your heats and super heats. So that means these drivers, they're going to be slightly tired already. And now you've got to throw in a long, long race to end this weekend.
Yeah, you certainly do. So let's keep an eye on what they will do. You can see them there lined up, ready on the pre-grid heading out onto this one. One shock thing I want to mention is Joe Turney, last year's European champion. I think it's the first final he's not made in a really long time. I can't remember the last time he didn't make it into a final.
No, I'm sure Joe is probably watching his Kart Republic teammates out there who'll still be here supporting the Kart Republic team. Like you said, it's not something we've seen from Joe, but heading into Portimao doesn't mean that he's out of it. This is a long championship. He'll go into that. He'll be strong regardless. And it's just one of those things. As a driver, these things happen. You can't call it. You can't call a weekend, and especially not in a grid like this where you've got so much talent.
No, exactly that. It's party time, apparently, for some of the hard-working staff at the Campillos circuit, as they've been working super hard over the course of this weekend, keeping the paddock nice and clean, but chaps, 2 miles an hour in the paddock, maybe, over the course of this one. But the spirits are high in the paddock, and I'm sure they're a little bit higher there on that grid as drivers getting themselves ready. There is Renault counting to make sure he's got the grid, and no one has accidentally nipped off to the loo before their final and are not in the parade. But for all of these drivers, they are priming themselves ready for this one. Super tense time. We've said that many, many, many times, I know. But now, this time, it's literally the first race of the season. They've just got to get these karts to the end. Long old race. And just think what they can achieve at the end of this one. Championship in this one is a little bit tighter, Nicole, because we've seen those ups and downs a little bit in the points, where, of course, we had Chiara Batik, who was leading the qualifying heats phase. She got 25 championship points for that one, but then disaster struck. She lost out. Then Thibaut Ramicas got 25 points at the end of the superheat phase. That means that it is Ramicas who leads it on 47 points. And then it's James Agnostiidis who is second on 41 championship points. And guess where those two start, Nicole? The front row of the grid. That's going to be an exciting one, isn't it? All the way to the end of this.
It's typical that would happen.
Yeah. Typical at the first round. You know, the people with the highest score in the points generally tend to be at the front of the grid.
No, you know what I mean.
But no, the good stuff to see these drivers lining up. Grandstands once again filling back up. Still a lovely day here in the south of Spain. Wind picking up a little bit now. You can tell without the turbines moving just that little bit faster on top of the hills. That brings a nice crosswind down for the drivers. And look, it's pug time there as well in the grandstand, and that's a nice happy pup there, ready to watch the racing ahead of this final. I've got to say, do you know what? I'd love to have a little puppy in the commentary box, but I think they'd get fed up with my noise and then move out of the commentary box very quickly.
Yeah, I agree. They get bored.
Yeah, probably. Good. Thanks, Nicole. Right, there's some of the world's media out there. They are just getting ready for the drivers to head out into the circuit. It's a busy weekend for them as well, because they're out in all conditions, no matter if it's raining, snowing. The cameraman is always out there, and that's the same, including for our hard-working camera crew that are giving you these live pictures as well. They've got their camera posts out there. They're primed and ready. They've been out there all weekend. Here we go, then. Music starts. Renault just saying, stay in a nice straight line as best you can, please, like you're staying in the tram lines. Let's see how well that goes. As the senior grid makes its way out onto the circuit, these are some of the finest drivers from around the world in the senior OK direct drive categories as they file their way out onto the circuit. And my goodness, there are some names in this one. But let's go over the class a little bit first. The senior OK category. This is for drivers aged 14 years plus. 98 entries this weekend, 33 nationalities from all over the world racing here in the south of Spain at the Campillos circuit. The karts themselves, though, a little bit faster, these ones, but still the 125cc outputting 39 brake horsepower, a little bit more weight, 150 kilos, 10 kilos more than the junior. But again, any weight underneath that, you'll be in a spot of bother with the officials, so you do have to be very, very careful. The tyres, though, the prime tyres being used this weekend. The Maxxis Prime, the MAP in this final. Brand new set of tyres on board all of the 36 karts out there. They did have to use the Maxxis Rain, the MW tyre, but not this time around in this final. Of course, the tyre allocation, they did get the new set for the final, but they've had those 6 tyres over the course of it, the 1.5 sets that they've had to nurse over all of those qualifying heats, 5 in total, plus the super heats and time qualifying right at the start. So been a busy old time on those Maxxis tyres. The Maxxis team is here in force. They've been paying very close attention to all the data that they've been collecting from the teams and the drivers from out there, but you can see them all there. Nice, shiny, brand new, yellow striped prime tyres on board there, ready for this 19-lap final. And here is how they will line up as well for that race. It is current championship leader then, Thibaut Ramekers, on pole position, is joined by the Australian James Anagnostiadis, who at the beginning of this weekend, you have to remember, qualified well down in the order and now finds himself on the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid sees Dries van Langendonk and Zach Drummond. They'll have Jensen Minet and Filippo Sala in row 3. Thomas Bradier and the pole sitter from qualifying, Chiara Batik, goes from row 4. Boris Leisen and Christian Costoya of Spain round out the top 10. They go from row 5. They'll have Elliot Kaczynski and Louis Cochet on row 6. Daniel Keller and Jacopo Martinez go from row 7. They'll have Oliver Kinmark and Jindra Peschel on row 8. Noah Wolf and Jacob Mikulev round out row number 9.
Row number 10 then is Kenzo Craigie, who was disqualified in the superheat alongside Lev Krutulov. On 11 we have Alp Ascoy alongside Great Britain's Roman Kamyab, and on 12 we have Dean Pedersen with Lewis Francis. Going from row number 13, then we have Leo Nilsson with Marco Gast, and on 14 we have Poland's Maximilian Rafalik with Germany's Amin Kara Osman. Going from 15 is the 2 DPK teammates and countrymen of Zach Green and Scott Marsh, and then on 16 we have Lewis Werrell and Gino Rocchio. 17 is Vegard Clementson with Eloy Gonzalez, and on 18 we have Clovis Nougare and Luke Cordner.
Well, once more, as we always like to represent the country we're racing in, we're here in Spain, so do pray silence for the national anthem of España. Well, give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for your finalists. That'll be racing in the OK Senior category. 36 of the world's finest drivers ready to do battle for 19 laps around this 1.5 kilometer long circuit here in the south of Spain. It is Kart Center, Campillos. We've not been here since 2021 when the FIA World Championships came here, and a certain Ferrari Academy driver, Tuukka Taponen, won the senior OK category that weekend. But we now start the medal ceremony that the drivers all received, because it's not just the case of well done, you made it to the final. It's a congratulations. You've done a brilliant job. You've made it to the finals down there as well. There is Ignacio Avignon, the RFIA Karting Commission, and he is there presenting the medalists to the final winners in this final. And they're starting at the back of the grid. Clovis Nugred, who's just made it to the back of the grid. Vengar Clemenson and Lewis Werrell. Also, you've got the likes of John Ryan, the FIA Karting Vice President, out there as well, presenting some of the medals to the even side of the grid. Luke Cornder, Elo Gonzalez on the back of that grid. They've just made it through. They're a little further up the order. You're seeing some of the DPK drivers there. Is the likes of Scott Marsh, Armin Carrier Osman, Marco Gast, just there, Luis Francis, Roman Kamiab, all just making it to the grid of this one. A packed 36 kart grid of drivers ahead of this one. And of course, for these drivers, ahead of this final, it's all been a busy old weekend. Half of the drivers in time qualifying didn't actually get a good qualifying time in. They were caught out by rain that struck the circuit on Friday. The first two groups had gone out on a dry circuit. Then the third group went out on slick tyres. And then all of a sudden, the rain came tumbling down, and half of the field not getting a competitive time in. And that is what gave Chiara Batig pole position, including the fact that she put in an astonishingly quick lap time of a 1 minute .039 at the start of the weekend, and that has held through this weekend as the fastest lap of the circuit. So a great drive from her, and she kept that momentum over the course of this weekend, taking a fair few qualifying heat wins, but coming to her superheat, disaster struck. She retired from that race. Contact with Kenzo Craigie, which did result in a penalty for the young Briton, the world champion, junior champion from last year at PFI. There is a look at your driver championship standings then going into this final. It's a little bit closer in the seniors. Thibaut Ramekers on 47, Anagnostiidis of Australia with 41 points. Dries van Langendonk, his fellow Prema Racing teammate, has 34. From Chiara Batig in P4, also joined on 34 points to the Victory Lane team. Zach Drummond for Fusion Motorsport and Thomas Brodier for the Tony Kart Racing team sit 5 and 6. Jensen Burnett, Filippo Sala, Elliot Kaczynski and Louis Cochet round out the top 10, but only 8 points for Louis Cochet for the Victory Lane team. But it is VDK that leads it in the senior category with Thibaut Ramekers. Well, like you say, only a 6-point lead ahead of the Mercedes junior driver, James Anagnostiidis, who sits there second in the points with 41 to his name. Drivers very soon then will be heading over to their karts. It's a brilliant start to their racing weekend, but it's all time now for that final. It's 19 laps ahead of them as they get themselves ready for what is going to be the hardest race of the weekend. We heard from Baglin, he said 16 laps was the longest race he'd ever done, and now it's time for 19 of them. We head down to the grid then. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us?
Well, I haven't got a driver yet, but I'm with the trophy that one of these drivers within this grid is going to take home within the next half an hour. Who is it going to be? In the junior category, it was Noah Baglin that grabbed it, but out of these drivers, we're going to shortly find out. We're going to head down then to our grid to speak to our OK senior drivers, all of which are in with such a good chance. Starting from your front row then is Thibaut Ramekers on the Kart Republic for VDK, and we've got James Anagnostiidis on the Kart Republic but for Prema. James, you've been really fast so far this weekend. You've used, everything that you've got, and you're starting on the front row of your grid. I'm sure your sister's probably watching on. She's out in Jeddah testing F1 Academy. Who else have you got that's pushing you forward throughout this weekend?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good weekend so far. Qualifying was a bit average, but managed to come back in the heats. Yeah, my sister, she's watching along in Jeddah. She's going pretty well at the test there. And mainly just my team here and my old team that I used to be with in Australia cheering me along. So we'll see how the final goes.
And for a first year in the senior category, after having such a strong showing in juniors at the World Championships at PFI, you've come here, you've jumped into the senior, and you're doing such a good job of it. Was there much adjustment when you went into the senior class, or was it quite easy to get used to?
Mainly just the power and obviously the tyres are a bit different, but same tyre manufacturer. So it wasn't too much. Just a little bit with the qualifying and conserving the tyre. So but I think I've switched over pretty good. So yeah.
I definitely agree with you then, James. And then going into this race, any predictions at all, or?
No, just get through the start and see how it goes.
Well, we'll see how it goes, and we'll also see how it goes for other drivers starting on the front row, which is going to be Thibaut Ramakas. Thibaut was pole in group, he was pole in his superheat, and now he is pole for this final. Thibaut, quick interview then for you. Camera's just on that side. You feeling good? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident for the final. It will be a long final, but I hope the best for me and for everyone, and we will see.
And I don't know if you watched the junior final, but they had a bit of a difficult start. There was a couple of false starts and then a red flag. As a race leader then, and as a pole sitter, what do you do to make sure that that doesn't happen?
I'm gonna not to be too fast, to keep a good speed for the start, and after drive and to be the faster on the track, and that's it.
That's it then, Thibaut. Best of luck to you. We'll see how you get on within this race. Starting behind, Thibaut Ramakas is the 102. Dries van Langendonk in the papaya orange. Dries, sharp end of the field once again for you. Good start to the European Championship. What have you thought of it so far?
It's not been the easiest of weekends so far. We managed to come back well, considering where we were on Friday. But overall the speed has been quite good over the last 2 days. I'm feeling quite confident for the final and in a good position to try and win it.
And I know in your earlier on heats you dropped back slightly. There was a couple of heats that you just you dropped position. As a driver then, how do you not let that put you off? How do you make sure that you go into the rest of the weekend and make up positions instead?
Just do my best in every heat that I can. I have full trust in the team. We were struggling a bit on the setup on Friday, and we managed to bring that back on the 2 other days. So mainly it's just do my best on the things that I can do in the races, and just do my best every time that I can.
Well, we'll see you do your best within this one then, Dries. Behind Dries is Canada's Jensen Burnett for Forza. Forza already had a good junior final then. They had Willem Kalesia on the podium. Can they get Jensen on the podium? Jensen, do you reckon a podium result could be in store for you for this race?
Yeah, I'm starting in a great spot. P5, a lot to work with inside for the first corner. So I think if we have the speed that we have all week, then I can make something happen.
And earlier on, Iskender Zulfikari wouldn't tell me some of the Forza secrets. He wouldn't quite say what was said to him in the awning to make you guys as fast as you are. But in the senior category, on the OTK, how do you have to drive this circuit to make sure that you're competitive, to make sure that you're fast?
Well, it's more so just on the tyre. It's all about saving tyre with how long the race is, around 19 laps. You just have to make sure that you're prioritising the life of the tyre rather than burning out at the start.
Okay then, and tyres within this, everyone goes new. Everybody's on a level playing field. You've got the exact same amount of rubber. How do you play that, especially within the early laps?
I think obviously you have to push at the first laps. You just have to know when to push and when to stop pushing, because if you're all good at the start and then they all catch up to you at the end, then it's better you're good at the end than good at the start and bad at the end.
Great to hear from you then, Jensen. Chiara Batigue, I can see out of the corner of my eye. Chiara was pole in seniors in qualifying earlier on in this weekend, had heat wins, but in the last heat had a DNF after an incident with Kenzo Craigie, who's just starting down our order somewhere in about 19th position. Chiara, join me. You had a bit of a difficult one in the superheat, a DNF. It was an incident with Kenzo Craigie. Has it put you off at all, or are you feeling good?
I'm feeling really confident. I mean, we have the speed. We showed it in quali. We showed it in all the heats. We were fast with used tires, and yeah, I'm pretty confident even with the DNF.
And you're in a bit of a different position now where you're not starting right at the front. You've got to overtake to get up there instead of kind of leading up the first corner. Tell me, how do you intend to play those overtakes?
I think the start is the most important thing of this race, even with Maxi's tires. As the first 4-5 laps, you're really quick and then you get slower. Yeah, I think I have a good start and then go by lap and go for overtakes.
Well, it's lap by lap, Chiara. Best of luck to you. We'll see how you get on. We'll throw back up then into the box to Anthony Jordan, because our seniors are shortly going to be underway for the first round here at Campillos for the senior OK category.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid ahead of this final, 19-lap final to be precise. And yeah, I've got to say, a smattering of drivers out there with some serious potential of their racing futures. But one of them, that they say the big story, we mentioned it earlier on, Joe Turney, not out on track. Last year's European champion. His first European FIA title, as well as many more from around the world, has not made it into this final. However, Dries van Langendonk is there, the 2023 Junior World Champion, the 2024 Junior European Champion as well, starting this one on the second row of the grid. This is his first year of racing in the senior category. There, though, is Thibaut Ramekers, second in the Junior European Championship in 2023, third in the Senior European Championship in 2024, and he starts this on pole position. And let's see what he can do on the front row of that grid. You've got the likes as well, of course, of James Anagnostiidis, the Junior Academy Program champion. He won that one in Alpha San at the back of last year, where he was announced as well as one of the latest drivers for the Mercedes Junior Program. He's starting on the front row of the grid. So you've got some really strong drivers out there on the start of this grid. You've got, of course, Zach Drummond as well, starting it on the second row of the grid. But there is James Anagnostiidis. We briefly spoke to him there, Nicole, who joins me back in the commentary box. Yeah, he seems to be strong, prepared. But like they've all said, it's a long, old race, this one. 19 laps. I've said it time and time again. These drivers have got to deal with a long old race, because we've heard it in the past, you know, kart tyres, they're very soft compounds. They can run out in the space of 5 laps if you don't use them correctly, and these guys have got 19 of them to do over the course of this next few moments, and that's got to be quite the challenge to look after them.
Yeah, absolutely. As a driver, you've got so much to think about when you're out there on the circuit, but going into a final where you're on new boots, you've definitely got to think about scrubbing that sheen off, getting the temperature into the tyre, but also not overdoing it in the early laps. If you overdo it, you're then going to end up with a bit of a situation where you're understeering, and you're just going to ruin the rest of the race. And in a grid this packed, you know, if you drop down the order early on, you've got so much work to do. And what we've seen so far this weekend, bit of a trend, when those drivers out the front pull away, like what Noah Baglin did in the juniors, they're gone.
Yeah, exactly. And you lose out on a tow, you lose out on the slipstream, you lose out on kind of referencing points of places on track. So a lot that's got to have to happen out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So grid walks then, we just spoke to the drivers. I spoke to Chiara Batigue, who's starting, you know, high up the order. She had a really good qualifying, of course. First female in 25 years. She's out there for the Victory Lane team. The Victory Lane team then are led by the Martins family. Victor Martins is F2 driver. When you know, the FIA adopted the OK concept back in
the day,
a few years ago, Victor Martins was actually one of the first drivers to grab an FIA World Championship within this and have European success. So is today the day that maybe Victory Lane gets some more FIA European success? I definitely think with Chiara Batigue starting where she is, they've got a chance.
Certainly so. She only starts it on the 4th row of the grid, and that confidence level that she's got of knowing that she has got the pace to fight at the front. She's won qualifying heats against some of these very drivers. She has poled it in qualifying. She went faster than all of these drivers here on this grid, so she knows how to get around it. It's just a case of putting it all together in this final. We are seconds away from the whistle. There it is. Engines get fired up. Are they all going to get fired up? That is the question. Hold your breath as the entirety of the 36-kart grid all the way to the back gets fired up. We wait to see if they all do, and I think that's a good job done from the mechanics as they all make their way back into the mechanic stand to assist their drivers in any way they can with the hand signals, with the gestures, maybe even their vocals, but I don't think the drivers will be able to hear them. No, the drivers won't be able to hear them at all. The screaming.
They might be able to guess what's being said, but they won't be able to hear it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's quite a few selected words that will be quite easy to lip read. But no, I'm sure they won't be saying things like that. Right, drivers heading around on these laps. Of course, now is their time to get the temperature in the tyres, scrub off those release agents on the surface. There is race control. FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret in the middle, joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester in constant communication with the officials team out on circuits. Race director Nigel Edwards, deputy race director Pasquale Lupoli, clerk of the course as well, Noelia Franco, and the judge of facts, Gonzalo Planta, out there as well. All 4 of them are in constant communication with the marshalling team as well. 2 per post out there as well, and there are many of those posts. In fact, there are 10 of them in total, so 20 marshals out there, and that's not including pit lane marshals as well. So there's a lot of staff out there, plus the medical crews, all standing by to assist the field of 36 for any spills that may happen in this race. Drivers heading down then the hill, and they'll be starting to get formed up relatively soon. Like we were mentioning on the championship here, Nicole, it's a little bit closer in the points this time around as Chiara Batigue took a huge chunk of championship points earlier on in the weekend, 25, because she led the end of the qualifying heats phase. Then when she lost that lead to Thibaut Ramaker's got the points, and then he found himself at the sharp end.
Yeah, exactly, and I think strong super heats where you're given more points for that has allowed James Anagnostiadis and Dries van Langendonk just to pip themselves back up the order as well. But of course, Chiara's actually tied on points currently with Dries. So out of those 2, which one is going to come out on top throughout this race? We will have to find out as they get themselves lined up to start going out of turn number 17.
Certainly so. 1 more corner to go then. Are we going to get a first time start this time around? Let's find out as they enter into the tram lines. Lights go out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a solid start for the inside row, but keep an eye on Anagnostiadis, who sweeps around the outside and holds on to second place. But it is going to be Thibaut Ramaker's who holds on to the lead, and there you can see Dries van Langendonk has slotted into 3rd. There is one of the Fusion karts who's pushed himself up. It's Zach Drummond on a solid start, the young driver from Scotland, racing in the seniors. There's a spin in the background there. One driver not going any further. That is Jacob Mikulev, who's had a spill, but there's also more. Eloy Gonzalez, who's had drama, and he's got this one attempt to get it restarted on the opening lap. It's an uphill battle, and the marshals are there very quickly to get that position back. There's the change to second place. It's Dries van Langendonk back into P2.
It's McLaren that's overtaken the Mercedes then. They're both on the Kart Republic, but they're both part of those different programs. How is James Anagnostiadis going to respond to that? Eloy Gonzalez then, he didn't get that kart restarted. He is out of this race, and it's all getting a bit busy as Chiara Batigue leads a small battle of karts. We've got Filippo Sala there trying to have a look up the inside of his Forza teammate Jensen Burnett as they headed down the start-finish straight. So it's Canada and Italy, the 2 Forza drivers that will go up through the first sector, one behind another. Virtual Championship then on the screen, it's still Thibaut Ramaker's from James Anagnostiadis from Dries van Langendonk in 3rd. Van Langendonk, though, on your screen, who's heading down the hill, is still in second. He overtook James Anagnostiadis through that hot spot of turn number 12. Zach Drummond then still in the fight, though, 4th in the championship so far and 4th on the road. What's he going to do to James Anagnostiadis as they go through this second sector? And there's another driver out. That's a Kart Republic
Lewis
driver.
Francis.
So Lewis Francis, that is it for the Australian that lives in Italy. He's out of this first European round here in Spain, here at Campillos. Driver, though, Zach Drummond, goes up the inside of James Anagnostiadis through turn number 16. Burnett was trying to have a go as well, but that's left Burnett vulnerable to Filippo Sala going into turn number 1. Backs out of it once more, but who's there now behind Sala? That's Elliot Kaczynski, who is turning this battle for about 3rd position into a 7-kart lead. Change again, Filippo Sala has overtaken his Canadian teammate for that position. So it's Sala now in 5th position. Chiara Batigue is your fastest driver out on the circuit. She set a 1:3:07. So Chiara Batigue then, who's heading down the hill and is chasing Jenson Burnett, the Canadian driver, is the fastest driver. What's she going to be able to do as they head through turn number 12? Can she take a chunk out of Jenson Burnett once again?
Yeah, indeed, and there's Kaczynski sending it down the inside as well. They're fighting still for inside the top 10, so keep a close eye on that. Ramekers leads the way then, 4/10 clear from Van Langendonk. Drummond, Anagnostiadis, Sala Burnett, and then this battle here, Chiara Batigue, Lysen, Kaczynski, and there is Costoya as well. Christian Costoya of Spain. He was one of the favourites going into this weekend. He certainly qualified well, but he's not gone well in these qualifying heats or this final because he currently sits down in P10. He needs to gain those positions if he wants to get himself a nice big chunk of championship points, but then also, of course, get up onto that podium potentially. Eyes on this one here, and Anagnostiadis and Drummond are trying to break away from Filippo Sala behind, but Sala is closing in after getting past his fellow Forza teammate just behind. So they are staying line astern right now. We are on lap 4 of 19. Constantly checking over the shoulder. But crucially, though, Nicole, at the front here, it's starting to close in, I think, fractionally. Ramekers, Van Langendonk, the pace is matching, but sector time-wise, Van Langendonk took a nice, tasty 2/10 of a second chunk out of him in sector 2 alone.
He absolutely did.
Big send down the inside.
There is Australia's Anagnostiadis arriving once again on the screen, and on this screen is that visible reduction in race lead from Thibaut Ramekers, because Van Langendonk is right on his tail now. But that move that Anagnostiadis did on Zach Drummond has brought Filippo Sala back into things, because Filippo Sala now has overtaken for 4th. So Zach Drummond is dropping down the order ever so slightly. Sala then, let's see how quickly he can chase James Anagnostiadis. The gap between Thibaut Ramekers and Van Langendonk now just sits at over 3/10 of a second. Is Van Langendonk close enough to Thibaut Ramekers to maybe get in a slight bit of a tow, use a little bit of that wind reduction being behind the car in front to just close in on him? I'd like to see him do it, and I'd like to see it turn into a fight, Anthony.
I certainly would as well. Lap 5 of this race, and yeah, indeed, that gap down 2/10 of a second now between those top two, and I can imagine that Anagnostiadis, Sala and Drummond, who are sitting there behind, are thinking, please start fighting for the lead, because I would very much like to catch up to you guys. But there is the gap on your screen, still holding at 2/10 of a second, but Ramekers holding strong right now. Noah Wolf becomes under investigation. He'll have to be careful. He still sits a little further back in the field in P15, but eyes will stay focused on this lead battle. Can Van Langendonk get past Ramekers? Will Ramekers allow Van Langendonk to get past? That is the question. But right now, we will have to wait and see. Again, watching them here out of Sector 2, down in towards Sector 3. You can see the tighter lines being formed by Van Langendonk. It looks like he's lining something up, but not this time in towards turn 16. You can see then the tighter line, the retaliation from Ramekers, just to hold that inside line. The gap's come down a little more. It's looking feisty. This has got Ramekers going for, this has got Van Langendonk going for a move anytime soon here, Nicole. But it might not be the case. He might stick behind Ramekers, push themselves away, open the gap between themselves and the drivers behind, so then they can fight later on. But if that isn't working, because, well, Anagnostiadis is now just a second behind this, and he is closing in.
He absolutely is. Questioning then if Thibaut Ramekes will try and just back Van Langendonk up into the likes of James Anagnostiadis. But Van Langendonk there, he just looks visibly faster as they head down the spiral of sector number 1 and 2. They head back out of turn number 12 then. Is Dries Van Langendonk going to be able to set something up going through turn number 16? Thibaut Ramekes though doing a good job just to control this, not a toe out of line just yet within this race. I believe that's the Prema driver of Alp Ascoy who has retired from this. He's sat there in the marshal post then. That's it for him for his first round of the European campaign. He's done. He's out. Dries Van Langendonk though still on the tail of Thibaut Ramekes. They pulled away slightly from James Anagnostiadis. I'd like to see Thibaut here try and back Dries up, then maybe slow him down slightly to the clutches of James Anagnostiadis. Filippo Sala and Zach Drummond continue to follow one another though. But within this stage of the race, Anthony, we've got a bit of a lull. It's calmed down slightly. These drivers from about 1st to 7th, just calm, no real major moves. But a major move could be on as we go through turn number 12, not quite yet. Van Langendonk doesn't have the legs on Thibaut Ramekes to send it from far away just yet. We are getting closer though to our hotspot of turn number 16.
I think what's happening now, Nicole, is Dries Van Langendonk is sussing out Ramekes. He's seeing where he's potentially a little bit weaker, and he's found it. It's down there at turn number 17, and he's absolutely sent it. Van Langendonk takes the lead of this race. That has instantly brought Anagnostiadis in, and you saw the likes of Sala, Drummond and Martinez behind. All of them put their heads down. They tucked it as much as they can. They think, right, they're fighting. We need to close in. It's 3 karts now fighting for the lead. Dries Van Langendonk, Thibaut Ramekes, and James Anagnostiadis. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, but don't count out Filippo Sala, the Italian, because he is sat in P4 and he's not too far behind James Anagnostiadis. We can see him on the screen as we head out of turn number 11. He's in there. James Anagnostiadis knows that he's in there. Watch these though, and look at James Anagnostiadis on the brakes through turn number 12.
Oh, he's tried it.
Almost tried to go up the inside of Thibaut Ramekes. That was brave, but he just didn't have the pace. Can't back down, James, because that was an almost moment. We've seen drivers get it wrong there, but he didn't get it wrong through turn number 17 then, because James Anagnostiadis has got himself into 2nd position. Then watch Filippo Sala as they head up the hill, because Thibaut Ramekes, is he gonna now drop back after being slightly unsettled? Watch Sala, is he going to have the opportunity to go in? I think as they head down the hill again, Anthony, into turn number 12, another move could be on. Van Langendonk, though, crucially, now leads by half a second. So that battling for 2nd position has given Van Langendonk a little bit of a lead. We're over halfway through this race then, but it is spicing back up again.
It was a Prema 1-2 in the junior category. Could it be a Prema 1-2 in the seniors as we are over the halfway point of this race? And it's Van Langendonk who leads from James Anagnostiadis. There is Kenzo Craigie, who joins his fellow Prema driver of Alpac Soy. Craigie's become the latest driver to retire from this race. Not sure what happened to him, if it was mechanical in nature or he's had a spill on the circuit, but we'll have to find out. Eyes on this one here. Sala is battling, and he's got past the likes of Thibaut Ramekes. Jacopo Martinez is now next to have a go. His fellow, well, not teammate, they're both on the same machinery, but one's with the factory team, one's with VDK, and he sends it down the inside, and it is Jacopo Martinez who sends it in towards P4 and tries to go for a potential podium here. The Italian is up 10 places now in this race. Zach Drummond still sits just behind them, and behind them in P7 is Chiara Batik, who's ready to pick up any pieces here and also potentially end up on the podium. Jensen Burnett's in tow as well as down the inside. Ramekes at this later stage of this race, Nicole, is fading into the field.
He absolutely is. Just as soon as Anagnostiadis went in on Ramekes, he's looked weaker within this race. I think Chiara Batik is potentially being overtaken by Jensen Burnett. Yes, she is. So going through 15 and 16, it was Burnett that just got that move done on Chiara Batik. So we've still got Van Langendonk in our lead, but James Anagnostiadis has taken 2/10 out of him. We've got Filippo Sala in P3 with Jacopo Martinez Martinez up by 10 in P4. Zach Drummond in 5th, and we've got Thibaut Ramekers there in 6th. Filippo Sala then, and Martinez jostling for position. We've got a switch, so Martinez now is in that number 3 spot.
Yeah, he has indeed moved up onto the podium. That's a big overtake then for Jacopo Martinez on the podium here at this first round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. He's not wasting any time at all with that huge gain of places. The Italian is on fine form here in Campillos in the south of Spain. But can he keep that momentum up and close in on Anagnosiadis? Well, he's about 9/10 of a second further up the road. That's a long way to try and close in. But the crucial thing is, Nicole, we're only finishing lap number 12 of 19, so there's still plenty of time left in this race. Across the line they go. Van Langendonk and Anagnosiadis are in 1-2. This was James Anagnosiadis' initial overtake on Ramekers. Oh, so close there to both of them being out of this final. He clips the curb, the back end steps out, and then this was the moment he finally got it done. Same lap, different corner, down at turn 17, and crucially, didn't lose too much time there trying to close in on his fellow Prema driver. Will these two go to the end? Will they stay 1-2, or will they scrap? My eyes tell me and my mind tells me they will scrap to the very end.
I would love to be a fly on the wall stood next to that Kart Republic team on the sidelines, because these two drivers both look very quick. They're both more than capable. James Anagnosiadis then heading into turn number 16, still continuing to take chunks out of Dries Van Langendonk, and he does through turn number 17 then. So it's the Mercedes driver that gets into the race lead out of turn number 17 and leads the way from Dries Van Langendonk. What's that going to do for Jacopo Martinez? That's going to reduce the gap for him as well. Is this going to turn into a 3-kart battle? But James Anagnosiadis wasted no time in the late stages of that lap. He is your current race leader, started second and now leads the way in first. He's got a 2/10 gap, so has opened it up only within one sector. Dries Van Langendonk. Who is that? Is that?
Now I'll try and work out who that is. I think that might be Lewis Werrell for the Forza Racing team that's tumbled down the order. He might be out of this race, and I'm not sure what was wrong with his kart.
I'm just going to spot something, because I think that could potentially...
well, we'll focus on that.
No, it's Jensen Burnett. It's Jensen Burnett that's out, the Canadian driver. He was right up the order, and now he's retired, and we've got Zach Drummond is slowing down. Those two drivers were together on the board. Now Jensen Burnett has retired, and Zach Drummond has dropped down the order. Driver that is dropping down the order now is Van Langendonk, because he's been overtaken for second position by Jacopo Martinez. Jacopo Martinez up by 12 positions within this final. He's now sitting in second, but what a bit of drama on that lap. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian driver, it looks like maybe something's gone on between him and
Zach
Scottish
Drummond.
driver.
Zach Drummond is that trouble.
Is he still circulating, or has he pulled in? I'm not quite sure. He's pulled in. He's out. Zach Drummond then, he's pulled into Parc Ferme. He's done.
Yeah, and now that brings the retirements pretty high up. Drummond has retired, Werrell has retired, Burnett's retired, Craigie, Aksoy, Pedersen, Francis, and Eloy Gonzalez. That is a huge chunk of drivers who have all retired from this race. And let's see what happens in the rest of it. So it's Anagnosiadis who leads the way. Martinez, who's in second place, has had an absolutely storming race. 12 places gained. There is Drummond. What's happened? Is that a flat tyre?
Whoa, it's a rear puncture.
Yeah, it is a rear left puncture, and he's furious. He's out of this final, and I suspect that might be more that has happened out there as well. Well, Anagnosiadis is in control of this one, but they have to be careful here now because it's getting to that stage of the race. We are lap 16 of 19, and it's Anagnosiadis who is in the lead, but not comfortably. 0.4 of a second as Martinez continues to close in. Jacopo Martinez has got the fastest lap of the race as well. That will come with an extra championship point, but it is at this moment James Anagnosiadis who leads the championship with 91 points ahead of Thibaut Ramekers, but Ramekers is losing points by every corner because he's down to P6, and it's Chiara Batig who is right behind him right now. Here's another look at what happened further on. This was the Jacopo Martinez overtake, and this is making his way through the field. This was him further back in the pack. There was him getting past Ramekers. Then later on he got past Filippo Sala as well. That came in at the top of the hill as well. He's just been charging through the field. overtake by overtake, the 12 places gained. This is an impossible drive from the Italian, but he is delivering a super strong result, and he is continuing to close in here. Prema had a top spot on the podium, but my goodness here, Jacopo Martinese is certainly going to make sure the Kart Republic factory team get one in this one. There's more drama as well. Off the track is going one of the Ricky Flynns. That's Luke Kornda. He's out of this race as well. The driver from Germany goes no further, but the eyes are focused on this battle here, Nicole. It's lap 17 of 19. It's coming to an end, but the eyes are on Anagnostiadis and Jacopo Martinese.
We're coming to an end indeed, Anthony, and you can just see Martinese as he heads into these corners. He pushes himself back into the seat just to get that maximum out of the kart, using all of the grip, and you can visibly see how hard he's pushing that Kart Republic kart round this circuit because he wants to reduce that gap. Plays with the carb as they head under the start-finish straight. He will be going leaner to try and maximise the output that he's getting out of that Miami engine. He's chasing his teammate up the hill though. They're both on that Kart Republic machinery. He's taken small gaps out of James Anagnostiadis through the previous lap because he's about half a tenth faster. It doesn't sound like a lot of time, but within karting, that's miles. That could mean everything to Jacopo Martinese, and the gap is reducing once more.
You can see the stats on your screen here. Anagnostiadis has only gained the 1 place. Jacopo Martinese, he's gained 12 of them, and he is closing to look for a 13th here for the race lead, with the race very quickly coming to a conclusion. He might have backed off though here, Nicole. I think he has, or has he got a problem? That gap's opened up massively here. He's dropped right off the pace. Yeah, Van Langendonk's gone through. He's got a puncture. The rear left has gone for the driver who gained 12 places. The Italian, he's going to continue, but he must know the wheel's gone. And now it's Van Langendonk and it's Sala battling for second place and the last spot on the podium on this final lap. Sala has just been given the green light to get P2 in this race, and can he do it on that Forza machine? He was with Ricky Flynn last year. He made the move to Forza Racing after their successes in the last couple of years with their junior drivers, and moving into the seniors, he has done a brilliant job, but he has got the young McLaren driver in front of him. He has got the Prema driver, who are now looking at a 1-2 once more, but Van Langendonk checks over the shoulder, left and right. He needs to wait and see if Sala's going to go for the move. There is Costoya in 4th place. He could probably get a podium here if it all goes wrong between these two drivers, but they will make sure they get this to the end. It's another long, big look over the shoulder for Van Langendonk, but Sala's not close enough. He's going to hug the inside line. It could be a run to the line for the second place spot, but Anagnostiadis of Australia, he will take it in Spain. He takes it. The Australian delivers a superb final, and I'm sure his sister, who's racing in F1 Academy, and will be looking here at Spain and will be thinking, go on, my little brother, you deserve that one. You take it, because across the line, he wins by 1.3 seconds. It was Van Langendonk who took P2. Filippo Sala holds on to 3rd place. Costoya finishes in 4th. There is Chiara Batig. She comes through to celebrate with the fellow drivers out there. The pole sitter from qualifying, the first female pole in 25 plus years in the direct drive classes, from what we know. Brilliant stuff. I think the first female to get a pole position, as we know, you have to look back to Sophie Kumpin, and if you know who she is, she's the mother of Max Verstappen, who in the 1980s did take a brilliant one in that one. But there is your virtual championship. Anagnostiadis then leads the championship standings going into round 2 in Portimao, Portugal. 91 points to his name, ahead of Dries Van Langendonk. Ramaker's in 3rd with 77, Sala with 62, Batig with 60, and Torpradé rounding out that top fight with 42 points. There's a look then. Dramatic last lap with your final classification. Anagnostiadis from Van Langendonk, Sala from Costoya, Ramekers from Chiara Batig, Boris Leisen, Daniel Kelleher, Thomas Pradé, Louis Cochet, Oliver Kinmark, Noah Wolf, Jacob Bigelow, Jacopo Martinese. He stuck it in there with that flat tyre, but it came away with a P14. Back exactly where he started. Vengard Clementson then with 18 places gained, finishes in P15 ahead of Roman Kamyab. Zach Green, 12 places gained from Clovis Nougarade, 17 places gained. Scott Marsh from Gino Rocchio with 12 places gained from Lev Krutilov. Armin Kadir Osman in 22nd with Leo Nielsen. Maximin Rafalik, Marco Gast, Yindra Peschel, who started on the front row, had a brilliant qualifying at the start of this weekend, and then finds himself finishing the final down in 26th place. Elliot Kaczynski then rounds out the 27 finishers in that race and the multitude of retirements. Let's have a look at the start of this one, because for Thibaut Ramekers, initially the getaway was pretty strong. We thought he would be going for a lights to flag, but that was the case, and earlier on in the weekend as well, he had 2 qualifying heat wins, then all of a sudden one of them, he came P12. This time around though, Ramekers finishing inside that top 5. Elo Gonzalez was the first retirement, unfortunately spat out of the grid at the very start as there, Dries van Langendonk going for the moves and getting up into second place. Lewis Francis out of the race in the early stages. He became the second of the retirements, and his fellow Australian countryman finishing at the top. He would finish all the way down in 35th place. Dean Pedersen and Alpak Soy were the next retirements later on in the race, as the likes of James Anagnostiadis, Sala, all making their way through the field. You could see Drummond there in 3rd place. He was looking for a podium in the early stages. Unfortunately for him, just slowly started to fade at the end, and then all of a sudden retired from the race down in P29. The live feed there on the right-hand side, you can see James Anagnostiadis last year, well, in previous years, the young junior from Australia who burst onto the international scene when he won the junior academy program, and their fellow family just giving him the shoulder there. This is a brilliant drive from him. His first FIA European OK appearance, and he comes away with a final win. A superb drive. The rest of the highlights there was Van Langendonk going for the lead, getting past Thibaut Ramekers, and Ramekers at that point really started to fall back into the field, because this first attempt from Anagnostiadis down the inside, not close enough, but this time later that lap at turn 17, then it worked out for him down the inside, nicely executed, and puts himself up into second place. He went on to fight for the lead as then more retirements came out. Then you saw the likes of Kenzo Craigie for the Prema Racing team out of the race. This man here though, Jacopo Martinez, the charge through the field, all to end in a bitter blow at the end of that race as more overtakes happened thick and fast. There was a further back in the Order Karabatik battling away with one of the victory lanes just pushing through, as well as one of the Ricky Finns. Then the retirements, and there as well into the pit lane. That was Jenson Burnett. We called it earlier on, the Forza driver out, and then Lewis Werrell also tumbled out of the order. And these overtakes just kept on happening as down the inside into second place. That was Jacopo Martinez on the charge. There was Drummond, the latest driver, and that looked to me like as well like a flat tyre, and as well more of them just falling backwards out of the race. There was the dramatic moment going on to the final lap of the race as well. A huge shame, but it gave the green light to Sala and Van Langendonk to really push, but it was to no avail. James Anagnostiadis from Australia, the junior last year who delivered in senior in 2025. He leads the championship in the European Series, heading to Portimao in Portugal for round 2. Prema Racing once again sees a 1-2 on the podium, as they will head to that podium very, very soon. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. But that's all the racing done. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony, and I am with none other than James Anagnostiadis after an incredible finish to today's racing. James, what a result for you. First round of the Europeans, such a good race out there for you. Please tell us about it.
Yeah, it's really good. Really, I did not expect it all to win today, but yeah, just at the start, because I knew from last weekend a lot of people had issues with punctures, so I just took it easy at the start, conceived a couple of positions, and just, yeah, and then plucked them off one by one and got the gap into the lead.
Well, watching your pace out there, you were visibly so quick. You could see by the eye how fast you were circulating around the Campillos circuit, but you've just said you didn't expect to win. Why is that?
Maybe, I mean, last year I really struggled on these tyres. You know, just like struggling to make a final basically. But yeah, obviously this year that's not the case. And yeah, I mean, champions last weekend, P7, which was an all right result. But yeah, no, this weekend just had a lot more pace, and yeah, we're able to do it.
And at one point, it was out of you and Dries. You know, you were going around in first and second, but you did overtake, you know, your teammates, even though you run different liveries. The confidence to actually overtake a teammate where there's risk involved of maybe colliding, where does that come from?
Yeah, obviously, me and Dries, you know, we work very well together on and off track. But yeah, you know, I just sat behind him for the first bit of the race, and then yeah, I just found that extra bit of pace towards the end, and I noticed he was struggling a bit with the rear grip towards the end. So yeah, I just did the move and went to a place where it wouldn't really hurt either of us, and yeah, just got the gap.
So, like you said, then you actually chose to overtake in a corner where you knew there was less risk and it wouldn't necessarily affect Dries that much. You know, even though it's not a team game, it sounds like there's consideration for your drivers that are also on the Kart Republic. Going into the rest of the season then, James, confidence level must be high?
Yeah, just looking to collect more points for the championship, and yeah, hopefully get a few more podiums.
Well, you're going to be on the podium today then, James, because we are walking over there right now. I'm going to grab Dries van Langendonk, who's walking behind me then. Dries, good race there. You know, you were in the lead at points, but James did just manage to get past you. When he was going up the inside, you know, you didn't have much time to probably react to it, but what was going on in your head?
Well, overall the race was still quite good. I mean, in the beginning we looked really strong. Don't really know what happened at the end. Just didn't have the pace at the end. Had to accept the fate. And yeah, overall the race was still really strong. Good points for the championship, and we go for the next.
And on the screens, at one point, it looked like Jacopo Martinez was going to be on the podium. You know, towards the final stages, we actually saw something go wrong for Jacopo, and you got past. When that happened, what were you thinking?
Well, in the moment, I'm focused, so I wasn't really thinking about a lot, but I was surprised when I saw it, because I already saw him sliding around the corner there, and I knew something was wrong instantly, and yeah, just saw the flat tire, and yeah, feel really bad for him. These things happen, it's motorsport after all, so yeah, feel quite bad for him.
And you've won European Championships before then, Dries. We know that this is a long game. We'll next be heading to Portimao. Thoughts going into the rest of the season as a previous champion? I know it's in the juniors. What's it like? Is it maybe a bit different in the senior? How do you find it?
Yeah, I mean, the championship is very long. It's all about consistency. Last year, all the time on the podium, first to second. So I know it's all about consistency, and yeah, just gonna keep pushing. And with the team, we're gonna keep finding some more speed.
Well, congratulations, Dries, because you are going to jump up onto that podium once again today. Christian Costoya is also behind me. Christian, you're on the podium, it looks like, today here in Campillos. You're a Spanish driver on a Spanish circuit. Must feel fantastic.
Yeah, it feels good. I think it wasn't a very good race for me. Some problems with the tires in the first lap, but then I get the speed because of managing the first lap, and yeah, I think it was good. I hope in Podium we don't have these problems, and try to do my best to get the most points as possible.
Well, it's still a great result then, Christian. Congratulations. We'll head over to Anthony then, because he's going to introduce our drivers onto the podium for this senior results.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there, and drama in that final, and more drama right at the end as well. We start then with our third place finisher, now gaining 7 places at the end of that race for Paralin Motorsport and Spain. It's Christian Costoya. In second position for Belgium and the Prema Racing team, it's Dries van Langendonk. And your race winner in the FIA Karting European Championship for Australia and Prema Racing, it's James Anagnostiidis. And please welcome, for the team, it's Glenn from Car Republic and Prema Racing. We will now listen to the national anthem of Australia. Well, give a huge round of applause, please, for your top three in the OK podium here in Campillos. We would now like to welcome onto the podium to present the winner's trophy for third position, Matteo Calda, the manager of Mondo Kart, to present the winner's trophy to Christian Costoya. A fabulous end for Christian, 7 places gained. Please now welcome Daniel Gomez, the mayor of Campillos, to present the second place trophy to Belgium's Dries van Langendonk. And again, another brilliant drive for the young McLaren driver, finishing P2 at the end of his first senior final in 2025. And finally, please welcome the FIA Karting Vice President John Ryan to present the winner's trophy to Prema Racing and Australia's James Anagnostiidis. And finally, please welcome Ignacio Avignon, the RFEDA Karting Commission, to present the team's trophy to once more Prema Racing. While drivers hold those trophies nice and high up in the air, nice big smiles for the world's photographers and a brilliant end to their first final of the 2025 season. Of course, as we head to the sunny south of Portugal to Portimao for round 2. Finally, drivers, get in nice and close and lift those trophies once more as you can and bring everyone in nice and close as well. Renault there as well to assist. But a brilliant end for the Australian, bursting on to the European scene after a brilliant 2024, now starting 2025 in fine fashion, and Prema Racing going away with 2 1-2s in both junior and senior. Well, it's now time for that final fantastic fizzy bit for the drivers. So if anyone else wants to duck and cover at this point, it's recommended to do so because these drivers now get to enjoy for the last time this weekend before we head to Portimao in the south of Portugal for the bottles of bubbly. Are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, once more for the seniors, a fantastic end to a very dramatic final. Commiserations to many, but the celebrations are out, and I'm sure for Prema Racing, with 1-2 in both juniors and seniors, they'll be celebrating all the way to round 2 in Portugal. Well, there you have it. Plenty of racing has been happening over this weekend, but it all falls down to that second round in Portugal. But a big round of applause to Anagnostiidis, Dries van Langendonk and Christian Costoya on that 1, 2, 3 podium in the senior category. But like we say, it all falls down to Portimao round 2. Let's see what happens. But from here in Campillos, round 1 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, it's goodbye for now.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.